All right, here we are, folks. Once again, episode 38, Pathfinder, 2nd edition, Abomination Vaults. Our little campaign we've been playing for almost a year now. Well, I've been playing it for about over a year. We do have some new players popping in here and there throughout the campaign. Almost a full house tonight. We're going to be missing Kyle. But otherwise, we've got our roster of regular players and new player, which we'll introduce. So, yeah, let's do that right now. Let's do the introductions, and we'll start off with Althea. Rachel.
Hello. Happy Sunday to everybody. Today I'll be playing Althea, which is no surprise, but I'm happy to play her. Yeah. I've got really nothing for you today, but we'll see where the rest of the night takes us. She's just a gnome, a cleric gnome, trying to help out.
With a little pet mouse.
With a little pet mouse. Maybe he'll make more of an appearance. He has been kind of tucked away for quite a while. I'd rather not have him die, and familiars are so easily,
Yep. They come back, though.
They come and go, and then come back. Yes, exactly. But it may take a while for them to come back.
A little while. That's true. Binley. I'll have to drag his token onto the map. Okay. Thanks, Rachel. And Sheppy, you're playing remotely. Or not Sheppy, but Jesse, you're playing remotely tonight. What's going on?
Hey, guys. You know me as Sheppy, the sorcerer of fire who can't wait to always burn things at night. And we had a rough one last week. We need to rebound and see what happens.
Yeah, we do. We lost a player and we lost a character. They're both missing tonight. But we do have an additional... Well, Kyle will be with us next week for sure. We do have our new player who was in our last episode. Dizzy, or Rachel number 2, as I refer to her. We do have 2 Rachels in this campaign. And go ahead, Dizzy. Introduce yourself and your character, who you're playing tonight, and what you're hoping to accomplish tonight in the adventure ahead.
Well, I'm Dizzy. I play the character Lara Kingston, your local graveyard necromancer.
Yep.
She's hoping to try and get herself not killed for a second time almost, and trying to help out wherever she can and make life as enjoyable as she can without actually dying.
Exactly. That sounds like a good plan to me. All right. Well, thanks for that. And okay, we'll go into the details of Alara's character as they're revealed. Interesting. And we'll see how that plays out in tonight's session, if it does. All right, so as far as a recap, where we left off last time, I think we'll leave that to Jesse. Jesse, what do you think? Give us a short, brief recount of last week's session.
Okay, last session we had just finished up a combat with the spider crabs, and Sheppy found a secret door leading to a hallway of death. We heard some screams. We went to investigate. Ended up finding a mysterious woman who was being attacked by some undead night creatures. We quickly stepped in and did our best to fight them off. We unfortunately lost another companion. It was brutal. We did pull our new companion out of there, but in turn, we ended up being attacked by our own companion. Dane's father
Marshall.
decided it was time, Marshall, it was time to get revenge on the party, I guess. Not sure why, but the evil had taken over and he tried to kill us. We made our escape away from him and quickly headed back to town. That's where we are now, and we shall see what happens.
Excellent. Everybody gets a hero point. You, Sheppy, get an extra hero point. Make a note of that, Rachel. You'll be running his character since he's remote tonight. So he should have 2 hero points. All right. It's about early afternoon. The 26th of Frost, Fire Day. When the companions reach Otari and gather themselves once again around their favorite little spot in the Rowdy Rockfish Inn, worn out, tired, grievous, injured. Savagely so in the case of Sheppy the Goblin, whose wounds are quite apparent to Althea, and quite noticeable among the patrons here in the midday afternoon of the Rowdy Rockfish. Of course, their one new companion that they met in the Gauntlet, known as Alara, I believe. You think to yourselves, Alara, that was her name, correct? Yes, Alara. She went down fairly early from these ghostly apparitions, these dark, shadowy creatures that felled the other companion, known as Marshall. Through some heroics, Sheppy managed to drag both Marshall and their newfound friend, Alara, from the darkness into a safe spot in the caves where they were previously, only to have one of their friends, Marshall, rise up again as some type of undead abomination of their once friend. They ran for their lives. Their minds are swimming with chaotic thoughts and sadness. As they reach the outskirts of Otari, wounded and battered, Alara looked to her left as they left the edge of the forest, and she saw a familiar location. She saw the stone circle that lies outside of town, above the town, where the druids and forest folk gather, being somewhat outcasts from those who frequent Otari itself. She decided to turn there. "We will meet again," she says to her friends, "and I'll stay here and recover. I have friends to speak with." So she says. And she makes her way to this little stone circle. Althea and Sheppy nod their heads and continue on to the center of town. The Rowdy Rockfish. And this is where we're going to pick up the episode. At the Rowdy Rockfish, where Sheppy and Althea have gathered. It's the middle of the day. You're battered, you're wounded, you're scared, especially you, Sheppy. What's going through your mind, Sheppy and Althea? What are you contemplating now?
Althea, I did not expect to be here again, but we are down another one. I don't know what to say. Sad
I'm
time.
just as speechless, Sheppy. I would have never thought that we'd be here as well.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I could use some rest. And some healing.
I could use a rest as well. Is there anything you needed to take care of today before, like, any kind of errands? Did you need help with any of them? At some point, I'd like to visit the Dawnflower and get some sort of update on what we've missed. We've been gone for quite a while, and we might need to recruit some additional help.
Yes, good idea. I was also thinking maybe I should stop at the Stone Circle, where our new companion is hanging out.
Yeah, she seemed very capable, although
Yeah,
I feel quite guilty for what I may have caused, the pain I may have caused her. She did not react the way I thought she would when I cast my magic upon you all.
Yeah,
She
that was
seemed to
odd.
have been in pain. Yes.
I did notice that. We need to find out what's going on there. I'd also like to give the information about this werewolf character to the druid guy that I met before. I need to talk to him about that.
Do you mean to bring the news to Rin?
Yeah, what? Her too.
Maybe she'll have some insight on who this person is or what they are.
Good idea. All right, so I guess we're gonna rest and figure out our places to go here.
All right, you're pretty beat up at the moment. You are badly injured. In fact, you'll have to make some plans for how you're going to heal up. I don't know what your spell situation is, but it's too early to sleep for natural healing. You got about another 7-8 hours or thereabouts.
Well, how do medicine checks work? Every 10 minutes or what? How?
You're immune for an hour
For an
after it's
hour.
been worked on you, so you got to wait a little bit. But
Well, how long did it take to get back to town? Unless you did it right when you got back to town.
you could do that. You could do that now. There's plenty of time gone by for that. Actually, if you want to do that in the middle of the bar, start wrapping bandages and injuries, you can do that. That's okay. Clear
Go
off the
ahead,
table.
Elsie.
Throw Sheppy on the table. Hold still. We're going to do some wrapping. Yeah, you can always do that. Plain sight.
Sheppy, your wounds do look rather grave, but I don't have any tools nor the know-how to tend to those, to the oozing wound you have there. I since I have to go to the Dawnflower anyways, might I suggest you come with me, and maybe they can perform some sort of service for you?
Okay.
And maybe we can ask for a discount.
Yeah, you could do that. You could head over to the Dawnflower right away and attend to these wounds. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I feel like we would do that immediately.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
Because especially if it's just afternoon, you still have the rest of the day. Yeah.
Maybe look up some acquaintances of yours. You do work there.
Mm.
Okay. And as this is happening and this is going on, let's go to the other side of town. The Stone Circle. Alara. You stumble into the circle. near death. You see, there's not many people here presently. There's no fire blazing. But you do recognize the gnome, known as Whirlwind. And you make your way towards him. There's like a little campfire outside of the circle where there's a gathering of people, and one of them is Whirlwind. There's maybe 4 other people besides Whirlwind just muttering about. And you make your way there, correct? Or do you want to have your own little spot? Well, how do you approach the circle, in fact? What do you do?
He's going to slowly make her way up to one of the large rocks that are around the pool. And she's just gonna pick the first rock she comes across, slump against it, and just slide down till she's like sitting on the ground, curled up, and just feeling like absolutely like she's barely clinging onto life because she's so exhausted from not only the fight, but she knew the healer had meant well with what she tried to heal, but unfortunately she had kind of caused her more pain, which brought her even more, not intentional suffering, but just overall, she just feels absolutely drifting without a lot of energy to even move after that.
Okay. How's your spell situation looking at the moment? I don't think you did a whole lot. Just curious.
Nah, she didn't do a whole lot. The only thing she could do was cast Chill Touch, and that was all literally she could do.
As soon as you make your way towards the stone, you're noticed. Eyes are upon you. Familiar eyes. And it is that of Whirlwind. This little gnome individual approaches you. Oh, you're gravely injured, I see. What harm's befallen you? Are you all right? Do you need help? Come close, over to where we have our little camp. I shall help you. Yes?
Alara watches as they walk over to the fire, and she slowly pushes herself up, but each movement just causes her so much pain. Like, it literally feels like her entire body is on fire from each movement, but she manages to make her way over to the fire, and she just collapses. Like, she can't move anymore. She's close enough to the fire, but like every movement she was making was just putting her in so much pain.
Well, then, stay here, then. It is okay. And he seats you back down against the stone. Seeing your injuries, he kind of looks at them, and he calls over a friend, a human, dressed in brown robes. Cleo, come to me. Come to me. We need help here. This is the elf we've spoken to before. I believe her name is Elara. Yes, it is. I do remember. And they begin leaning down towards you, looking at your wounds. You are going to get back 8 hit points. So change your hit points as they begin to wrap your wounds and help you. This isn't magic. Okay? You be still. We will take care of you. Now, come, you should be feeling a little bit better. And they rise you up from the stones in the ground and bring you over to where their little campsite is, maybe 12 feet away. And it's at that point you see the other 2 fellows, and they start working on the fire, building it up and getting it warm. It's not a cold day, but there is a chill in the air, especially for you, being drained as you are. And a fire begins to burn. You feel comforted. They wrap you in a warm brown blanket as you sit next to the fire. Now tell me, child. And he kind of tilts his head a little bit as he spots the ears that appear through your hair. You are, of course, of elven descent. What happened to you? What vile creatures dwell in that abomination vault, as it's known?
After sitting there for a few minutes staring into the fire, just feeling the warmth wash over her, she blinks a couple of times and then she looks over at the one that spoke to her, and she begins to retell of what happened whenever she found the group, explaining how she had she stumbled across the group and she recognized one of them wearing the regala of a former army that she had fought against, and as she's trying to recall all the details of the interactions between herself, the companions, the person that unfortunately fell during combat, and then the 2 creatures, she looks at the person that had asked her. She goes, one of the creatures that had attacked us, I managed to get them to tell me who they worked for, and they said something along the lines of, we serve the Dark Queen.
Say no more, say no more. You mentioned the Queen, the Dark Queen. I would know who that would be. You do not mention that name here. That is enough. I do not want to know what has befallen you. I need you to make... Let me look at your character sheet real quick. I want you to make a blind perception roll. You remember how that works, correct? The blind option, okay. Perception roll. You notice fear. Unnatural fear showing Whirlwind's face. His eyes as he speaks to you, mentioning the Dark Queen. But you also notice something else. You notice that his Beneath his robe, beneath his tunic, there is a glow. It's brief, but your eye does catch it. Something underneath his tunic pulsed with a glow, an orange glow, and you noticed that. This, as you mentioned the name of the Dark Queen. And he spoke of "Say no more." What do when you see this strange glow, if anything?
Seeing the glow would immediately bring up questions of why they don't want her to mention the Dark Queen and what the glow was, but she decided to save that tad bit for later and wait to use that information at a more opportune time, because maybe that might barter her some not standing, but more of information that she could use to either aid herself or potentially aid her companions that had brought her back.
Okay, now I want you to make a recall knowledge society roll. This can be public because it's fun. Let's see what you roll, shall we?
Alright, so what am I?
This would be society. It's a skill. Just click that and it'll automatically roll for you and we can all see it. I have a DC in mind. Okay. You're new here in Otari. You've only been here a very short while. You haven't spent much time in town. You don't know a whole lot about the folk and the people here, other than here, where it seems outcasts gather, Whirlwind being one. You haven't heard much about this Dark Queen. You're not up on the rumors and the tales of who this Dark Queen might be. The only time you've heard it is when you were felled by this shadowy-like creature. You have otherwise no recollection of what that might be. You're not even familiar with this term, the Abomination Vaults, or what is also referred to as the Gauntlet. Okay. Although you can see the very tip of the Gauntlet over the forest to the northwest, where you currently are. That was where you came from. You recognize it. So perhaps the Gauntlet and the Abomination Vaults are one and the same, and somehow this Dark Queen plays a role in it. Perhaps further investigation is called for. That's up to you. Now, about an hour or so has gone by. Althea, Sheppy, you've made your way to the Dawnflower along the familiar path leading to said location. Along the coast. It's a relatively busy day. There's people in the streets, wandering about. Faces, some you recognize, some you don't. The Dawnflower isn't very active today. The doors are open, and you make your way through the little spring-like garden with dancing swallows and the smells always of springtime here. And you reach the main doors, which are both open, these white, golden-fringed doors. You make your way inside, greeted by not one but two of the sisters that work there. Oh, you were back, you return, young Althea. What news do you bring us? Where have you been? You're in the foyer. Across the hall is the actual library.
Sisters, I'll tell you later. Please tend to my friend, my ally, my companion. He's injured. So she'll just immediately bring up Sheppy's condition.
Oh, yes, he is gravely injured. Come, we shall take you to one of the back chambers. Young Sheppy, perhaps, would be your term. Young? Are you young? I'm not sure. I called you young for some reason. Sorry.
24.
24. That's a youngster. I think so. But here's
Middle age for a goblin.
Here's one of the
Middle age
sisters.
one.
Oh, nice. Sarah and Ray.
Yes. But yes, they.
But yeah, we've
ahead.
returned from the gauntlet, and things don't look too great. As you can see from Sheppy, we came across a few obstacles, one would say. Unfortunately, we've returned one less than when we arrived.
Oh no, who would it have been? And she looks over and she doesn't see any of the others, including the dwarf or any of the others. They're all gone.
I'm not sure if you've met, but Marshall was left behind in the gauntlet. This was, of course, Dane's father.
Yes. Marshall's appearance here in Otari was brief, sadly, and I don't think he has many acquaintances here.
Yeah, they may have seen him, because there was that small time where Althea had brought him to see his son's kind of like a grave marker or whatnot, overlooking the water.
Yeah. A fate that awaited his father.
Yes.
Sheppy, they take the pair of you into the main hall. The library is just ahead, but to the left and the right. If you recall, there's lots of chambers that lie along these walls and doors. They lead you to the right, to the east, and it's along this corridor, maybe about 20 feet down it. There is an open door, and you enter it. They guide you in, and there you see a warm bed. You see it's a comforting room, and they draw you towards the bed. Come, we shall take care of you and mend you. There will be a sister here shortly. She will take care of you. And one of the priestesses, I should say, leaves the room, but another one stays, and Althea, it's here where you begin to tell what happened about the others. And shortly after, one more priestess comes into the room of Saren Ray. They all have the symbol about them, and the white gowns, the beautiful appearance. You recognize this one. You've seen her before, Althea. She works here, as do you, in the library. And let's do some magic, shall we? And what is your current hit points, Goblin?
13 out of 42.
Whoa, it's going to take some healing. You're going to get back 20 hit points. As they not only you feel the warmth and glow and touch of Saren Ray and the positive power that she has, but you also drink of some elixirs that they bring to you. It will take time, Goblin. But
Understood.
Rest and relax some more, and by the end of the day, perhaps you will be feeling much, much better. And they kind of tuck you in.
I have to stay longer, Althea.
Yes, they're washing your wounds, and as they do so, they're kind of tucking in your feet on the bed sheet. It feels warm. It feels comfortable. It's nice, Sheppy. It's not often you experience this.
Sheppy's not used to this.
I was gonna say, Sheppy, I know this is not what you're used to, but trust me, it is for the best. And then afterwards, we'll return to the Otari fishery, where you can roll around in the filth you call a home. And that is said in the most polite way possible. Like, it wasn't meant to be any kind of negative comment. She's truly like, don't worry, we'll return.
Yes, Chappy needs his docks. His under the dock buffet. Quickly. I'm too clean.
They will bring some fresh fish from the fishery as you lie here, Sheppy, so you can have a good feast. And if anything, they're going to feed you well and take good care of you. But that you are being pampered right now, whether you like it or not. You're not accustomed to it, of course, but it feels kind of good. Now, Thea, what do you do as you see this spectacle before you?
Well, she will release Sheppy into their care, completely trusting them, of course. She has no reason not to. But she's going to try to talk to... it wasn't Tammy Tandervale, was it? Who's the head honcho on at the Dawnflower?
Well, for you, being a cleric of Desna, it would be Alana Moonglow. But the head of the Dawnflower itself, I believe, is not Tamley. What is her name?
Tamley.
Where is
I
she?
just want to see about
Vandy.
bumping us. Vandy, yeah. I'd like to seek Vandy out in order to bump our status at the Dawnflower to get a discount on potions and the like. Because right now, I think we're just... like, how you did it, like the colors. We weren't green quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been, like, staggering how we go about asking them. Because, you know, you're not going to convince somebody in one day. But it's been multiple days.
I get
and
you.
I'd like to try again.
Okay. So, how this works is certain locations in the town of Otari will have a certain attitude towards the companions. And the companions want to be seen in as positive as a light as possible regarding this gauntlet. And what I do here is I use a color coding to certain locations to show their attitude. The more friendlier and positive they are, the more they support you in your efforts against the gauntlet. And how you go about doing that, getting their assistance and whatnot, is, well, you know how that works. And right now, the Dawnflower, they're on the verge of saying, you know what, we're going to help you guys out big time. And that'll give you certain benefits in the game. This is a little meta talk. And that's how it works. So, Althea is going to look into this and look up Vandy Banderdash, the head priestess of the Dawnflower, to try and do just that. Explain to her, perhaps, the terrors that lie ahead for the town if something isn't done. We need help, we need support, whatever. As you exit the chamber where Sheppy was and you make your way down and asking about Vandy. Where is Vandy? Where could she be found? I need to speak with her. It's then down the hallway, the opposite hallway, you see approaching you a familiar face. Alana Moonglow, who had just crossed your mind. And she sees you. And she comes running towards you. My dear, where have you been? It's been so long, I've been so worried. I will not be here much longer, and I wanted to speak to you of something.
I've been at the Gauntlet, but coincidentally, I've just been thinking of you. What is it?
Come. And she turns the opposite direction. If you follow, I assume, and if you do, you go down, far down this hallway where is a familiar location to you as well, because there is one little alcove here that is dedicated to Desna. This one chamber. You've been here many times. You enter this chamber, it seems like it's maybe 30, 40 feet round, circular. There are vines growing along the walls. It smells wonderful. All along the top, maybe 10 to 15 feet of space, 10 feet up, you see about these 5-foot apart windows all around the top, letting in the sun. So the room is fully lit. You look in the ceiling, there are limbs that come down like as if there's some kind of trees that are growing up the walls and pointing down into the room. You see birds dancing about. You see butterflies dancing near the light of the windows. The familiar symbol of Desna, the blue-winged, yellow and orange butterflies, very big, 4 inches, dancing about. You've been here many times. But once again, you see this scene, and she guides you into this chamber, and she stops at a little round pedestal that is in the center of the chamber, where there is a symbol of Desna. My dear, as you know, as the head priestess here at the temple for Desna, I will be going soon. It is our calling to travel, as you know. Desna calls us to do so. And soon I will be replaced by another. I have something to give you, my dear. Something that should help you. You remember when we talked about your dreams and the calling of Desna upon you? And it all related to this terrible place in the Godlight. Yes, she spoke to me in dreams the other night as well. And I want to give you something. And she turns about to the pedestal on the opposite side, and her hands disappear from your view. You hear a stone drawer open and close. Her 2 hands raise above, and she has, wrapped in this blue and white cloth with orange fringe, she brings it over to you. You must take this, my dear. It is yours now, and it will serve you well. And she hands down to you this quite heavy little package of cloth. You do not have to open it now, but when you feel the need, do so, and keep it close to you at all times. Perhaps it shall replace what you already carry upon you, but we shall see. But trust me, it is powerful.
Althea accepts the gift and with both hands and holds it closely to her and looks up, because, well, she looks up to everybody. But she gives a sincere thank you. I am sad to see you go, but as you say, this is something we all must do as part of our faith in Desna, and I wish you the best in that. May she guide you safely onto whatever journey you go forth next.
In her hand, her left hand reaches up to your little shoulder, and she comforts you. In fact, it goes around your back and she pulls you close. Yes, my dear. As you were called, so am I. May Desna fill your dreams.
Yes, and I hope to meet you again someday. Maybe our paths will cross.
Thank you, my dear. I'm sure they will. Now go, be about your work, and I will see you soon, I am sure.
Possibly in our dreams.
Oh, definitely in the dreams.
And she just kind of bows out, does any kind of little prayer on her way out, you know. Touch a symbol here, and then exit through the doors, and she'll she'll take that course back to Vandy, whichever hallway direction she should go in.
Okay. That would be the opposite direction. Yes, you can make your way back up there towards the way on the other side. In fact, you have to go totally the other direction and past where Sheppy was. You peek in the room and you see them being pampered. He's got this strange big smile on his face. He's like, ah.
Well, he looks to be doing well. That's quite relieving to see.
Yes. And you continue on down the corridor, and there is a set of steps, wide, 20-foot wide steps that take you up. 2 flights of steps that take you up. This is a chamber you're also familiar with. It is the shrine of Seren Ray. And it is here that you find, where you would most likely find, Vandy Banderdash, the small of stature halfling, head priestess here at the Dawnflower. And she has her back to you. But as you make that first step onto the flat ground at the top of the steps, where she is about maybe 20 feet from you, in front of the statue of Seren Ray. This room is very bright, by the way. White, blue, trim. You hear your voice being called. Welcome, Athea. Almost as if it was a whisper on the wind. Like as if it was right next to you. You hear your name called. You look to the left and the right, and by the time your eyes look forward once again, there is Vandy facing you. My dear, what has befallen you and your friends? Are you all right?
No, we are not. That's why I've come to seek you out. We've actually run into further trouble in the Gauntlet. Seems like the further we go, the more dangerous things have become.
Yes.
And frequent resting has set us back in our journey and our investigations. I've come for some assistance.
I see. Well, we will do what we can. What assistance do you need? Do you need healing?
Yes, and I'm afraid it might be more than that. You see, we've made great progress, and we've found more and more secrets of the Gauntlet, but what we've found is just the surface, and we must go deeper. And I'm afraid, and don't let anybody know this, that, I have concerns, but I feel that my magic has limits, and my companions that count on me may notice that I can't always be there for them without additional proper prayers and some help, particularly with potions and concoctions. And I think we could help ourselves a little bit more and move further, that we have some sort of alternate way of treating our wounds, not just with bandages and wraps and the grace that Desna falls on us and my magic, but I feel like we need potions to go deeper without making frequent trips back. As you know, the Gauntlet, as close as it appears, it is still quite a distance away. And the more time we spend traveling back and forth, the more time the Gauntlet has to take additional victims.
Okay, so I'm going to assume you're spending some time here. You're basically trying to get some favor from this. Correct?
Yes, I'm trying to convince her to, like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, give us discounts on the goods you sell here. We won't ask for it free downright because she, especially Althea, she knows that you can't continue off of nothing, so they're going to need some like gold in return. Just get it at a discount.
Okay, so we'll save this roll. But I want you to, for now, I want you to make a diplomacy blind check to reflect what you just told me. Okay. And we're going to hold that.
Okay.
Yes, I understand, my dear. If there is more we can offer you with healing potions or perhaps some holy relic or weapons, the other sisters can take you to the basement where we store such things, and you can have a look around. However, join us tonight in my main hall, which is on the other side, facing the ocean from where you currently are. You know this chamber. You've been here before as well. But there's another chamber where she, has meetings and that kind of thing. And I'm not sure you were there with the other characters, but there is another spot that you know of. She says, come here later tonight in the evening after the library closes. I'd like to speak to you, and we could talk more about your plans and the gauntlet. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
We shall talk more about your needs and what we can do to help you.
Of course, you can count on me to be there.
And as she touches your shoulder, you feel the warmth of Saren Ray. You gain 1 hit point.
Yes! Back to max.
You feel the embrace of Saren Ray upon you, the warmth of her touch. And I imagine you probably head back to visit Chapt again. Peek in on him.
Of course. If he's taking a short rest, I want to be there for him when he wakes up to reassure him that he has not been abandoned.
Yes.
He will find home again.
Yes. And you make your way back down the big steps and through the hallway, familiar territory for you. It's been a while since you worked here in the library, but you feel a nudge and a movement in your left shoulder pocket as you draw closer to the room where Chapt is. Suddenly a little head pops out from your pocket. It's Binley. As if to say, hello, did we just wake up? What's going on here? Where are we? Are we going to work? You stroke his head.
The sights and sounds may be familiar, Binley, but we're just here visiting.
Yes. And as you draw closer to the room Chapt is in, you hear a loud rumble, a roar. It's unsettling. You're not sure you've heard it before, and then there's silence. And then again you hear this roar, this rumble. And as you peek around the corner and look into Chapt's room, you see, indeed, Chapt's mouth is wide open, revealing these ghastly, nasty teeth. He's snoring. Quite violently. Sound asleep. And there across from him is one of the priestesses, who smiles when you peek around the corner and see. Chapt is fast asleep. As goblins do, snoring violently. He's sound asleep.
Maybe we should reconsider some soundproof walls. I hope it's not disturbing the others, but Shippy needs his sleep. I don't want to wake him.
Yes, and your whispers are heard as by the other priestess. Yes, I agree. Alara, it's about mid-afternoon. It's warm here. The fire in front of you is at a nice level. A few more hours, dusk will be setting in. A familiar time for you. You feel much better, though, than you originally did. I want you to give yourself another 10 hit points. Now again, this is not magic. What would you like to do, Laura? The others are seated around you. There's about 4 in all, including Whirlwind. It's about mid-afternoon. You did mention that you would meet your friends, your newfound friends, the companions, the ones who had saved your life, including a goblin. You did say you would meet up with them again at a place called the Rowdy Rockfish, one of the inns here, of which there are many. If you recall, it's a place to the south of the city, close by to the shore, near the bridge. What would you like to do?
Well, before getting up, she would look over at Worley and she would ask very politely, do you have a piece of fabric or cloth that I could wrap around the lower half of my face so it would hide any kind of facial features people might be able to recognize?
You're saying this to Whirlwind?
Yes.
Is there something you fear? Why would you want to hide yourself? But then again, I can understand. You're going into Otari, aren't you?
He would nod. Yes, I am.
Then I understand. Well, of course. And there's a little pouch that he reaches into. And he pulls out several little nicely folded linen cloths. Yes, this shall do. He stretches it out a certain length. Perhaps we could tie a little rope on the opposite sides here, and you could tie it behind your back, and it will hide all your face. And it's a tan color. I'm sorry I don't have any other colors that fit your garb. But this might do. And he hands it over to you. And in another pocket, another pouch, he pulls out this leather strand, and it looks like it's 4 foot long by the time he gets it all out of there. He's just pulling this thing. And we shall cut a couple pieces for you, yes. And he takes out a little knife, a little dagger. And he cuts off these 2 long strands. Now, if we pull a hole on each side, you can have a little mask. Yes, I think that'll work fine. And he hands each of the strands over to you. And the dagger. And with that, you can actually fashion a little mask. All right? So make a little note somewhere that you have this little tan mask that's tied behind your head and hides everything as much as your face as you'd like. There's enough there to go underneath your eyes and over your nose and stretch all the way down to below your chin if you'd like. Mind you, such things are an oddity in Otari amongst the common folk in there. You might actually draw more eyes upon you than you would like.
She would look at the mess that was eventually made look at Whirly, then look at the mask, and look at Whirly and go, what would you recommend?
Say that again. What would you recommend for a mask or what?
She would ask,
Sorry.
Whirly, what would you recommend? Should I wear the mask or should I go in knowing that how pale my skin is, how unnatural I just feel out of place if the public eyes see me.
Well, it is getting late, which means shadows will be everywhere. You have quite a large hood and cloak. Perhaps you can just fold it in on yourself and pull up the cowl. You will be fine, I think. No need for a hidden mask, perhaps. But still, you have the option. So he's recommending that you just, keep to the shadows and keep the cowl up. That isn't so unusual. As say walking around with a mask upon your face like a bandit, you kind of think to yourself. But that's up to you. You do have a little mask if you find need of it. I will say that being in Otari for the short while that you have been here, and you have waltzed around some of the streets, particularly the main street, you are somewhat familiar with the faces and people here. You have seen a number of dwarves, some halflings, which you have seen before as well. Of course, this new friend of yours, what was her name? Thea. Yes, Thea. She was of gnome descent, if you recall. A fae. Quite distinguishable from dwarves. Much more slight. Then, of course, all types of human walk about. None wear masks, of course. Maybe that would indeed be a strange thing. You think to yourself. But you never sensed anyone like you. Of your ilk. Your kind. And I'm not speaking of the elven half. But what I'm trying to say is that there is quite a few people here, different ancestries. So you might just blend right in, perhaps. That's up to you. So if you'd like to head back into town when you're ready to do so, you can do so. Maybe keep your hood up over you. Kind of keep to the sides and act as normal as you could. This is what you would imagine you would do. You could do so. The main entry to town, of course, is on the north side. If you look at the map, you will see there is a main bridge into town. That's the main way in that you know of, which is located up here. If you could see where that is. You'd be crossing there and coming into town. Cross that bridge. So if you'd like to do so, that'll take a little time. But when you're ready, you could wait till darkness descends. More shadows.
She's going to look up at the sky and try and roughly guess how much sunlight is left until evening.
About 2.5 hours, 3 hours maybe. Maybe 2 hours. I don't know, you don't really follow the sun and its movements too much. But yeah, about that length of time. If you'd like to wait till dark descends before you leave, you can do so.
She's gonna wait until dark descends and then she'll make her move into town.
Okay. As you sit there and you wait and you feel the warmth of the fire and you contemplate your next move, going in to find your friends, these companions. Perhaps they can give you information about how you could find others of your ilk. If you reveal such information to them, that's up to you. And then, of course, there's the mysteries that happened at this place known as the Gauntlet that you somehow found yourself within. If you remember, you had been wandering the forest and had your little experience there. If you remember, I won't go into that again, but you were in the forest and somehow stumbled into this Gauntlet. Maybe 20, maybe about, I'm going through my mental clock here, the night before. So as we do that and leave that, we're going to come back down to Althea and see what's going on. I believe you were peeking in on Chevy, and as you turn out of the room and look down the hallway facing the library to your right and the foyer to the left, there's no one in the hallway. You hear voices coming from the library. You hold the gift close to you that was given to you earlier. And you note how it's wrapped in a string 4 ways. It's sharp. In your hands, you feel a pointy stabbing sensation. Not to cause injury, but you definitely notice something in there. It somehow feels familiar. The way its weight and its structure, but you would have to unwrap this, and perhaps you'll do that later on in the privacy of your abode. Perhaps. But in the meantime, Sheppy is fast asleep as dusk is approaching. Now, Vandy the time for that would probably be, you would know this because when the library closes, usually pretty early at dusk, which is, in a few hours, actually, not long from now. And she asked you to join her then after the library closes. So anytime after that, after the next few hours, you can come back here and you know where to go. It's pretty much where you came, except on the opposite side of where that big statue was. It's on the opposite side. You go up steps, that kind of thing. But that's where we are right now. What would you like to do, Althea?
I have like a long list.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So I wanted to go to the market. I wanted to purchase some potions and like one small item. So potions would be at the Dawnflower anyways. Want to just pop into my apartment or my little abode just to make sure everything's okay. I wanted to do research on werewolves. And then of course meet up at the Dawnflower afterwards.
All right. If you want to do some shopping, you can go through your items and drag whatever you want that is listed as common. They're all available here at the market at the listed price. If you want something from the Dawnflower, currently you're going to be paying full price. The only place at the moment where you get any support discount, we'll call it, is Rinsvixie. Who does actually offer some services and I think items. She does have a lot of trinkets. That's always an option as well. But otherwise, you have the market. Only Rin gives you a discount currently. All right. If you want to do some research first, you have about 3 or 4 hours. You have about 4 hours. You can go to the library and you could make some checks there and see what information lies about these lichens, these werewolves. Strange creatures they be. You're not quite familiar with them yourself, and it'll be fun to research such topics, you think? You can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so then I'll hold off on buying any healing potions
Excellent.
for now. And she'll just run. I only wanted to buy a bandolier.
Oh, that's all. That's all.
Yeah, that's all. Uh,
Let's do some
uh, and
research
then
then.
and then she'll do some research, or do research, then go shopping.
You're very familiar with the library. You work here. You know right where to go. The occult topics, things of mystery, strange creatures. Would they be fae? You think to yourself, I don't know. But you know where to go. After crossing the paths of some familiar friends that work there as well, you reach the far side to the left. There is a wall of books on the western portion of this building. It is tall. It rises some 20, 30 feet, of course. And you got to get the little steps and wheel them over and go to the top. You think for sure where they might be. And you start gathering books that would be helpful. You have a little table at the base of this set of steps near this area of the bookshelves where you can start stacking your books. One of the workers here you don't recognize comes over to you, a human. A female. Do you need help? I'm not sure I've met you before. Do you need help finding something? I can help you.
Hello. I'm actually quite familiar with this library, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. My name's Althea. I don't know if you've heard of me, but if you're going to provide assistance, then I will take you up on that offer. Things change all the time. Books are always being rearranged.
Yes, I understand. I take care of this part of the books I have recently. And my name is Landria, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you. And she reaches down and grabs at your hand.
Yes, a great pleasure. I've come because I'm looking up things about werewolves. The infliction and
she
how it
gasps.
happens.
She gasps when you say that. Werewolves, were-creatures. Why would you look up such topics? Those are scary.
Oh, I agree with you. I believe I've met one in person.
She gasps once again. Oh my.
So you can see why I need to do some research. What I should be aware of before, if I'm ever to meet this were-creature ever again. And I feel they may be troubled, and I'd like to do what I can to help. If there's a cure for such a thing.
Well, that is indeed an interesting topic. I think I know of a few books that might help. Things about, I think it's called Lycanthropy, perhaps. Lycanthropy, yes, that's the name. Come, I shall show you some books. And she goes up the steps, and you can see her pull down a couple books. One of them is huge. It's big for her. You'd never be able to carry that, Althea. You're glad you got the help. But this big tome, you don't recognize the binding on it or what it might be written on, but she brings it down and she's carrying it with two arms, cradling it, and she sets it down. Mind you, and it just crashes to the table. This big book. This will be a lot of reading. I'd be happy to help you. And she starts going through some of the books herself, sitting across from you at this table. You've got a nice half dozen, maybe more books, sitting in this table. And all kinds of topics. I would like you to make a roll. Blind. This is going to be... In this case, it's going to be occult. Now, remember, you have something about your neck that might be of some use. Perhaps, I'm not sure. But, when you're ready, go ahead and give me an occult recall knowledge. That's effectively what this is.
Of course.
Except now you have access to books, which is going to help.
Yeah, so Althea says, of course, I could use all the help I can get. This is a lot of reading material. I'm a fast reader, but this is far too much.
Okay. Now, before we go through this, what exactly are you looking for? I know you mentioned the werewolves, but give this to me in exactly what you're trying to achieve with this research. Is it just general? Or is this more
She's looking
specific?
specifically like how to break the curse of a werewolf. And if it also helps her figure out how one becomes a werewolf as well, then that'd be excellent. But that's her main priority, is how would somebody break this curse?
All right. Okay, with that noted, roles taken, you continue your research. With the help of this new acquaintance, Landria. Hours go by. At least 3, 4 hours go by. Alara. I don't know where I got that from. Alara. Darkness has set in, and I imagine you make your way towards the north end of town to make your way into the Otari proper, correct?
That would be correct. She is making her way through the streets, trying to use the shadows wherever she can to try and avoid the public eye, even though it's now getting evening time. People are probably starting to head inside, get set up for the evening, and just try and keep her head low so people don't notice that she's moving.
It is nighttime indeed in Otari. Lights flicker from the houses, and in some cases along the streets. It's easy to hide in the shadows here. You feel comfortable. There's not many people about. Occasionally you pass by a loud and inn or tavern where there's drinking, and you could see the movement of people inside and the cheer and merriment, something you're not accustomed to. Are you looking for the rowdy rockfish?
She is, but she's also feeling slightly hungry. Like she can feel herself a little not only exhausted, but just feels like she's missing out on nourishment, and so
You're hungry.
she's getting to that point where she is getting very hungry.
Yes. Something as raw as possible. As you pass over this one bridge, there's a river underneath, leading to the sea. You remember that, but you pass this bridge. There is an inn, a tavern of sorts, very loud. There's a lot going on in there. You hear cheers and the rumble of merriment. You pass this by. The rowdy rockfish, they said. And as you get to the other side of the bridge, and come to a street right about where your token is currently, all of a sudden you feel something grab at your arm from behind you.
Aye, who would you be? You seem to be sneaking around, I see.
You turn around and you see this human individual. He's grizzled-faced. He's got a big, thick beard. He's got a wrap around his head, some kind of strange hat.
Where are you going? I've been watching you crossing the bridge here. You're hiding, I think, aren't you?
What do you do? You stand there silent, not knowing how to respond.
Well, maybe I know your kind. Let me see your arms.
And he grabs at your arm and he aggressively pulls up your sleeve. Do you do anything to resist?
She immediately starts to try and pull her arm away, now panic flooding into her veins in sheer terror of somebody possibly seeing of what she looks like underneath, and just is trying to get away from him.
All right, there's no need for a roll to escape. You easily pull your hand away from his, and you back away a few feet. Do you say anything? Lost for words.
I don't know about you, but I have my suspicions. If you are what I think you are, you have the mark. I want to see your shoulder. Let's see.
And he kind of leans into you towards the bridge where there's more light.
Let's see your shoulder.
He's not touching you. He's demanding you expose your right shoulder.
She finally... She finally opens her mouth and she goes, "What mark? What are you talking about?"
I'm looking for the mark of the... Never mind. If you don't know what I speak of, maybe you're not what I think you are.
Actually, and he starts to look into your face in the light that's coming from the bridge. He could kind of see the pallid nature of your flesh. He kind of backs away, surprisingly, like he wasn't ready for that. There was something about your face that caused him to pull away. What do you do?
Watching his reaction and seeing how he's now possibly, she's in her mind, she's possibly thinking, oh no, he's starting to put two together and he might figure out what I am. So she darts forward as quickly as she can and she tries to place a hand over her mouth and she goes, "Please, I beg you, don't say what I am."
What do you mean? What are you?
All of a sudden, you hear feet come up in the opposite direction. Not along the bridge, not behind this guy, but behind you, Alara. There's footsteps. There's a pair of footsteps coming your direction. I'm gonna roll the dice. A light appears from one of the alleyways. It engulfs the two of you, and at that moment, this strange individual, you catch a better glimpse of him. He's wearing a white tunic. Actually, it's a dirty white tunic. He's got a dirty brown vest. And his bandana, which is actually wrapped around his head, is what he had on his head. That was his hat. A red with yellow markings on it. He pulls away at the light, and
I don't want nothing to do with this.
And he turns and he runs. He bolts, in fact, up the road, not along the bridge, but up the road, this direction here. Okay, so he went up that road. The sound behind you is coming from here. And as you turn around, which I assume you do, correct? To face the oncoming feet? Do you turn around?
She is not turning around. In fact, she is going to go the complete opposite way to where the footsteps are going, and she's going to try and find someplace to hide.
Okay, show me the direction. The alleyways, there's an alleyway here. That would be the closest. You can dive through that alleyway.
They'd be looking over the place, and then her eyes would immediately see that alley, and she would bolt as fast as she can to try and hide.
Okay. You dodged. It's not really an alleyway, it's a main road, but there are alleyways going to the north between these buildings here. But as you head into this alleyway, you don't hear the voices of the footsteps pursue. Give me a stealth check.
As you dive into the alley, one of these closest alleyways, behind some bags and boxes, perhaps. You dive for cover.
Give me a stealth check.
You want public or blind?
That will be that should always be blind because you don't ever want to know the result of your stealth roll. This is to see how good you are at hiding. Ah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Just as you get into the alleyway and dive behind some boxes and bags, maybe 5 feet from the main thoroughfare, you're really close to it. Just as you do that and sit there for a split second, all of a sudden, somebody comes walking up behind you, and through the alleyway, they pay you no attention. There was somebody coming up in that direction. They didn't even notice you. And they enter into the main thoroughfare. And as that person does so, it looks like a man. He's kind of rough looking. Just as he does so, the feet draw closer, and you hear voices. "Who are you? What were you doing at the bridge?" I don't know what you mean. I didn't do anything. Come over here. And you hear feet coming towards this individual. You were up to something, weren't you? Come on over this way into the light. And they bring him out away from you and up towards the bridge. You hear them chitter-chattering as the voices slowly dissipate in the distance. You've escaped notice. They didn't see you. You wait a few seconds more. There is silence. What do you do?
He waits a few more seconds to make sure that the footsteps, the voices, the movement all eventually die to where it's only the silence that she's so familiar with.
Right. Okay. You wait in silence. Althea, you're rubbing your eyes. It's been a while since you did a lot of focused reading like this. Reminds you of your school days, back in the hills. But you yawn. And as you do so, you feel movement in your left pocket, and once again a little head pops out, and there you see Binley looking up at you, and you see a little foot pop out one of the holes in the pocket, and he begins to yawn as well. Landria looks over you. Wow, there was a lot here. I've taken some notes. What have you learned? Now we're going to see the result of your efforts. And right now it's at 1 or 2 hours past dusk. You did notice one thing. You did notice that every once in a while during your research, Thea, you heard this rumble, just faintly and in the distance. Heavy snoring from Sheppy. He's sound asleep. Now,
If he wakes up soon, it's going to be such a wasted day.
All right, let me see here. You've learned, actually, quite a bit. Quite a bit you didn't realize about this lycanthropy, as it's called. Were creatures. You've learned that it affects not only humans, but many different ancestries. The touch of the beast. Different types, not just wolves, but your focus was on wolves, and you delved even deeper into this topic. It is indeed a curse. And those that are deeply affected by it, they are also influenced by the moon. And what happens with this curse is that whenever the full moon comes about, the curse kicks in. Whoever has this lycanthropy, this curse kicks in. And from what you learn and describe, some harrowing descriptions, in fact, of those individuals who've just, not knowing what is happening, go on these rampages of death and destruction and tearing of flesh.
beast-like activity, savage.
This is the affliction of true lycanthropy, especially those afflicted by the wolf. During these full moons, they uncontrollably become the beast, the savage, the werewolf. And they have been known to just kill and murder and wake up the next morning naked and covered in caked blood and dirt and grime and filth, where they had just done some dastardly murderous deed. This happens on the full moon. You also learn how precautions are taken by those who are afflicted by this to avoid such. Sometimes they form communities amongst themselves. There is some magic that might be of benefit, but there is no known cure. So you've read. This is what you've learned about the curse of lycanthropy. It doesn't afflict everyone that has it, but the truly infected by it suffer this terrible, grim curse, this terrible fate. So this is what you've learned about werewolves and the curse. Was there any other details that I missed? I don't think. I mean, for a few hours of research, that's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, just the look of concern grows on her face with each page that she reads.
But the keynotes here are that full moon. Risky business, you think to yourself.
Seeing as I am all about the moon, do I know when the next full moon is? Actually, is it on the calendar?
It's
or is
on the
this
calendar.
Something Althea would be aware of?
It's on the calendar. Got a new moon coming up soon. The last
Okay.
the last time a full moon was up and about was a couple weeks ago. If you look at your calendar, on the 12th and 13th.
Yeah, the new moon is tomorrow.
And the next full moon is 11 days into the month of Gozran. So you do know that. This you would know. Again, there doesn't seem to be any cure from what you've read for this. It's something that you become infected with when you are bitten by one of these creatures. There's an extreme danger that you will be yourself be infected by it and become a lycanthrope. And once you are, you're subject to the whims of the moon. You also get tidbits here and there about when you do have this, you actually can control it to some extent. There's just, when it's a full moon, there's no control. But you do have some control over when you can transition, and you do have much more control over how savage you become. You just don't lose your mind. There's something about the full moon that just, that's the curse. Okay? That's what you've learned.
Awesome.
Well, I hope that helps. It's kind of unsettling, actually. I'm actually fearful of going home tonight, in fact, says Landria.
I don't believe Otari has anything to be afraid of, but definitely be careful heading home tonight. And I appreciate all the help you've given me today.
Well, you're welcome.
It's very nice to meet you, Landria.
And nice to meet you, Thea. The pleasure is all mine. And I'll put these books away for you, if that is okay. You can go about your way. And there's only a few people here in the library at the moment. She's one of them, you are another. You don't hear much noise. However, it's about that time that you recall Vandy So if you want to go visit Vandy at this point, it's actually a perfect time. You can do that. Or would you prefer to wait a little bit? Anytime after dusk and the library closes, you can visit her.
Alright, she would visit her. Of course, check on Sheppy first. Make sure he's okay, and then go.
Heavy
But
snoring, heavy snoring.
Heavy snoring.
Violent
But-
sleep.
I will be right back.
Sheppy? Sheppy, you there?
Yep.
All right. I'll tell you what. We're almost at 9. Let's take a short break. Then we'll come back to you, Sheppy. Sorry, Sheppy's sound asleep, brother. His mouth is wide open. He's laying there. He's been washed clean. His feet have been rubbed. He's got all this healing going on. You're feeling pretty good, and you easily drifted off into sleep after chewing on some very fresh and tasty fish straight from Otari's fishery. You're feeling pretty good, and you easily drift off into a sleep and a slumber, which you needed. And you're snoring away loudly. It's echoing through the hallways, disturbing a few here and there, but not too bad. They close the door when that occurs. They're letting you sleep. Okay? That's where you're at.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a minute. We're going to take a little 5 to 10 minute break, folks. I'm having a good time here. This is fun. Alara, what do you think? How are you feeling? You enjoying it?
Absolutely terrified right now.
Yeah, you're hiding in the shadows.
Where you actually feel comfortable. It's just you had a scary situation occur there. Who's this grabbing at you and demanding, show me your arm? And then guards coming up or something. And wow, it was a close call. But before we go on break, we'll leave it with this. As you peer out into the street, Alara, you smell fresh food. And it's coming from down the street, away from the bridge and the commotion that was going on. Down this area here, there seems to be a lit location. You see it now. That's it. You can tell by the sign, a rocking fish. That is the rowdy rockfish. Doesn't seem to be too loud, but the smell of food is quite alluring. And it's not far from you. It's right there. Perhaps it's a good time to go in and get something to eat and refreshed and maybe find these new companions that you've found. And just to let you know, the rowdy rockfish is not so rowdy after all. It's actually a very low-key inn and very casual. This comes to your mind when you spoke to your companions earlier. You will like it, Alara. Come, we shall meet you there, they say. And we're going to leave it at that, all right? And we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. So, Jesse, take your break. Rachel, number 1, if you're there. We're going to take a break now for 5 to 10 minutes. Grab some pumpkin soup.
I've been on break for the past 2 hours.
I'm sorry. We're going to get to you. But you were badly wounded. I mean, what are we going to do? You're near death. Alara was almost dead. All right, so we'll be right back, folks, with Part 2 of tonight's exciting adventure. Well, we're trying to make it exciting. All right, we'll be back.
All right.
Okay. Rock and roll. Okay, we're going to pick up where we left off. We've got Alara hiding in the shadows, hungry, and seeing or smelling food in sight. She has eyed the rowdy rockfish and might just make her way to that little building. Of course, we'll see. She almost got accosted there. Meantime, Sheppy's at the Dawnflower, sound asleep, living the life. Althea did some major research on lycanthropy and werewolves and this sort of thing. She learned a lot. So you've got that under your belt, and now she's going to go visit Vandy, the head priestess of the Dawnflower Library. How you on hit points, Sheppy? Or Rachel, you're running this character. How is he in his hit points?
He's got 33 out of 42.
Okay. All right, let's go over to the meeting with Vandy. All right, the library is closed. You've made your way up to the far end wing of the Dawnflower. And you enter the chamber where Vandy is. She's in there. There's two other priestesses with her, but she's in their candlelit room. Of course, they have the evening ritual as the sun goes down. That had just concluded. Okay? You know this. So she's just off of that little ritual that happens. And you join her at her table. So what I'm going to do, so we can move things on a little bit here, I'm going to have you in this meeting, unless there's something very specific you want to say or do, or very specific, I'm going to have you make a diplomacy roll to try and sway and do your thing. You did that earlier. I recorded a roll. I want you to do it a second time. Okay? Things are a bit more relaxed here. Rituals are concluded. The rustle and bustle of the day is done here at the Dawnflower. It's very relaxing. This is going to require you to be here a number of hours. Okay, if you want to do this. If you're willing to do that, I'll let you make one roll. Actually, it'll be your second roll. This can be anything you want. Doesn't have to be diplomacy. It could be performance. All right? And I want you to briefly describe to me what this would look like. Essentially how you want to achieve this. We don't have to role play it, but at least give me an idea. All right? Yeah, it's just you. I was going to say Sheppy would be awake and join you, but nah, he's sound asleep yet.
Oh boy, this only rests on my shoulders.
It does. It does.
I'm just trying to think of what Althea would have at her fingertips that could help her. And she's not about making bribes or anything like that.
Nah.
She feels like this is a just cause. Alright, well, here, I'll make my roll.
What are you using?
Diplomacy, absolutely.
All right, so you're just...
I'm an expert.
You're just talking and going at it, telling stories, maybe a little laughter, that kind of thing, or... Right? Correct? Desperation at hand as well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you
I
can
don't know
go...
about laughter. She's trying to keep this in a serious tone.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, she just has a conversation with them. Makes it really personable. She shows her own scars as examples.
Okay, well, here's the situation. As soon as you begin the conversation, you just feel uncomfortable. Something happens, you knock your leg off the table.
Oh god, can I roll?
If you would like to use a hero
Hero
point to kind of save the situation, go for it.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we're going to have some spilt drinks.
I believe that did it because it took out my hero point.
Okay.
You reach down quickly and grab the cups before they fall to the floor.
The conversation goes on. Pleasant. 2 more priestesses enter the room. As desperate as things are, times are tough. The Dawnflower is in need itself of fresh new supplies. They go out and they collect herbs and stuff, and those are few in town currently. But they usually go out into the woods and do this. They haven't been able to do that recently. Making all kinds of concoctions and ailments and stuff that, not ailments, but cures for ailments and potions. So they don't have a lot to offer. And it's for that reason that Vandy stands up and says, "Your cause is just. You've done much good for Otari. We are happy for what you do. We support you for your efforts." So congratulations.
Oh, jeez.
You have the
Meanwhile, I'm like, oh, I must have failed. What did I roll?
You have the full support of Vandy and the Dawnflower Library. And the only reason is because your initial roll, this is meta talk because it's fun. I'm going to bring it out, but you got a critical success on that first diplomacy roll. Yes.
Ah.
But you got a critical failure on the second one. But
I figured as much.
Yeah, you saved it though with the hero point. That's what did it. You grabbed the cup at just the right time. Fantastic. So, as far as you know, they support you. And what that means, again, meta, is you will get discounts on whatever services they offer, including healing potions and healing spells and that kind of thing. A little bit. I think it's like 10%. When it happens, I will let you know. 10% off donations.
Honestly, I will take the 10% because healing potions are expensive to begin with, but they are very necessary when you're in a tight corner and you need just a couple hit points to keep going.
Exactly. In addition, because Vandy is very supportive of you, she gives you a gift. It's like Christmas.
I didn't know it was my birthday. This was so unexpected, Vandy. Are you sure?
Yes, most assuredly, I'm sure it will help your cause. It will help our cause. And she slides over on this table. It looks like a pair of gloves. Very clean and pristine white. These will help you with your needs. I believe such was used on your friend, Sheppy. You've seen gloves like this before. They're healer's gloves. And I will drag this to your character sheet. So you have these. You can do with them what you will, but you have these. I'll drag them to your character sheet in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Along with your other gift. Boy.
Oh, I just put that as
I'll drag that to your sheet.
Alana's parting gift.
I'm going to drag that to your sheet, but I'm going to mystify it until you
Yes,
actually open
yes.
the damn thing. If you want to do that now.
I'm thinking she'll open it on the way to the gauntlet the next time. Like, as they're traveling, she's just unwrapping it. Oh, I almost forgot.
But you do have your healer's gloves. And they have the symbols of Saren Ray all around them. They're beautiful, elegant gloves. I mean, you can wear these at a ball, at a wonderful party, perhaps.
They look far too nice for the rest of my outfit.
Yeah. They're kind of big on you, but they seem to fit your hand. If you do try them on briefly, just to see, they do shape to your hand quite well with your small little fingers and such. But when you take it off, it actually goes to full size again, human-sized. So there is that. They are definitely imbued with magics. Okay? We'll save the other gift.
Well, they feel and look wonderful, Vandy. This is
You are welcome,
very
my dear.
This is very generous, and
They
we
are
will not
yours.
let you down.
They're yours. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go to the map here, and I'm going to upgrade the Dawnflower. Their icon will now be green. I'm going to change that to green. So congratulations.
Yes, but between Elias's singing and dancing with Dane and Althea's, I guess, interconnections and charisma, we finally got the Dawnflower to back us just a little bit.
Okay. Green.
If Dane wasn't here this time to make a fool of himself, you were able to do it.
Good times. Good times. Good times. All right, so what does that mean, mechanically speaking, for our wonderful game here? Does it say here? I'm not sure it does. Let me go to the book. I think essentially you're going to get a 10% discount when you buy things, if you get them here. I think that's what it is when they support you. Let's see here. Discount. The location, well, this is a church. Faithful characters whose beliefs align with those of the church's NPCs are permitted to use the location's resources to retrain more efficiently. There's that word retrain again. Retraining that would normally require a week takes only 5 days at this location. Retraining that would normally require a month takes only 3 weeks here. And retraining is generally free, so you don't have to pay for teachers or anything at this location. That's because they support you. Checks to identify magic, treat wounds, or treat disease on the site gains a +1 circumstance penalty. All right, and you can get those done here. So you get a +1 because of that. They support you. Finally, you get a discount of 10% on all its wares, which includes healing magic spells, religious items, including +1 versions of favored weapons of Otari's shrines, the deities, rapiers, longbows, tridents, scimitars, etc., and divine scrolls you get a discount on. Yeah, the location offers tasks up to its level to earn income. Yeah, that's right. Althea can earn income here because she works here. I forgot about that. But you've been busy, little gnome. Okay.
Yes, been busy trying not to die.
All right, so congratulations on that. Finally. All right, so that's the meeting. Is there anything else you want to do there during these few hours that you're there?
No, she'll just wrap up and, thank everybody.
Yeah. See you, losers. Slam. I'm out of here.
Well,
Got what you
Wow.
wanted. I'm done here. Okay, sorry. You go back, you find Sheppy's still sleeping. Now you have a choice right here. You can wake him up and take him back to... where do you normally sleep, Sheppy?
I have been staying at the docks,
Yeah.
but sometimes I stay at the Rowdy Rockfish.
Yeah.
All depends.
You're kind of comfortable here. It's up to Althea. As she gets ready to head to the Rockfish, maybe go home for a little bit, check up on things there. She does peek in and see you. There is a priestess in there as well, as there will be throughout the night. Grooming his little feet, pampering him. He's sound asleep. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's roll a dice. You can wake him up if you want. But let me roll a dice to see how sound asleep he is, because he's been sleeping quite heavy. I'm going to say... Okay. He's snoring heavy when you peek in. It's close to midnight. Or, no, not close to midnight. It's about 2 hours to midnight.
I think she would wake him because before he had gotten any type of assistance with his wounds, he had told Althea that he actually had some plans and that he wanted to do things.
That's right.
So she's gonna wake him up and
All done. Time to go
a
home.
night owl anyways. He's got dark vision. The night is his friend.
Mm-hmm.
So before she heads out, she's gonna wake him up.
Okay, no problem. You can wake him up, roust him from his sleep. Go ahead and role play it, Jesse. You've just been woken up.
Sheppy.
Drool.
Shippy, wake up!
What's the smell? Oh,
It's you. You smell like fresh lavender.
It's terrible. Yuck, I smell like a flower. Get me
I
out
think
of
it
here.
smells lovely.
Oh, where's my docks? I'll be back. He quickly runs to find something dead to roll in.
I was just on my way out, but okay, bye. I'll meet up with you later, Sheppy.
I'll be right there. He's retching. Shortly after, he shows back up, back to the way he normally is, covered in grime and smelling of fresh fish and everything else.
That didn't take long, Sheppy.
Nah, I feel much better. I took a roll in the garbage can. I'm much better now.
Give yourself an extra hero point for that.
All right.
Yeah, that was worth the wait.
Let's go to the Abomination Vaults. I got 3 hero points.
I feel invincible.
Yes. Okay, so you've gathered yourselves together. The funk is back on. And you make your way to the Rowdy Rockfish, I guess. Are you going to go back there, Jesse? Or Sheppy?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have some plans to unload some of these fine wines, see if they want to buy them.
Okay, so you're bringing your stuff. You're on your way. Althea, you've got gifts. You got a little mouse in your pocket. Everything is good. Alara, it's dark. It's scary. It's frightening. You're not sure what's happening, what you want to do. But then there's that grumble in your stomach. Food. Right before you, You can see the entrance to the Rowdy Rockfish. What do you do?
She's very... She's gonna try and get to the side of the building and try and look through the windows and the shadows to see if there's like any tables in there that are like in a quiet corner where people really don't pay too much attention.
Mm-hmm.
She's just like peeking in through the window, see if she can find one before she actually goes in.
Okay. You peek inside. There's about... There's not many people in there. It's not loud tonight. Peek in through the glass. It's lightly lit in here. Excuse me. There is a hearth that burns to the left of you as you peer into the building. Let me, let's go there, in fact. Let's go to the Rowdy Rockfish. I think you'll be able to see this room. Let me activate it, minus the tokens that are on here. Let me know if you can see this map, Dizzy.
I can see it.
Okay. All right, good. I wasn't sure because you don't have a token on here. But just imagine all these tokens are patrons. This is kind of what it looks like. It should be a little darker. Let me actually make it so. Let's add a little dark atmosphere. Yes. And this is kind of what you see. Otari by Night. Let's play that and see what that sounds like. I don't hear anything. Oh, there it is. I'm messing with my ambient sounds here. The Otari Market. That sound will do for now. Maybe it's not that loud. But anyway. There is some ambience in the background. This is what you see in here. There's about maybe as much as a dozen at one time patrons in there. Doesn't look frightening at all. It looks very inviting and comforting. And as you peer through the window, out pops from the door.
Aye, what would you be doing? You look like you're a bit hungry. Why don't you come on in and eat? I work here in the back, but you're welcome in.
He's gonna be at first a little startled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, did I startle you? Come on in, get warm by the hearth.
Okay. She's gonna follow hesitantly behind.
And he wipes his hands off his apron and he comes in. There's some seats there by the hearth, a couple logs. I'll seat you at a table if you're hungry. There's one close by. Would you prefer that?
She would nod silently.
Okay. And he leads you over to the hearth where you hear the crackling embers of a warm, inviting fire. Something you were familiar with just recently at the stone circle. There's no one close by. You seat yourself. You can see some other patrons as you look about through your hood but none of them are looking your way. You see behind the bar, well, nobody at the moment. The individual who just led you in is the one working tonight. He's a thin human type, thinning of hair. He's got a big white apron on, which he's always rubbing with his hands. And he gets over behind the bar at this point, and he wipes off a few more mugs, sets them down, and he disappears through the back. To the right of this bar, there's a doorway that goes to another room, and it looks like it's a kitchen, and he disappears back in there briefly. Then when he comes out, looking in your direction, he nods, like he's got you taken care of. Don't worry. And he goes back to sit working at the bar there, and he's cleaning some mugs. There's currently no patrons drinking at the bar itself, but there are patrons at these tables scattered about. You look around, and you do not see your friend, your companions, at this stage. Later on, you're brought this wonderful smelling meat entree and breads. Here you go. This is for you. Compliments of one Rin Savixi, I believe. And you have this couple trays of meat, and it looks, it's very rare. You can see the blood dripping from it. You savor it. You hunger for it. And then you have breads that are buttered with a glaze scattered around. This is definitely a nice meal. Something you've had in the past, far to the north, in the lands that will not be spoken of here. But not in a long time. So if you'd like to dive into that, you can do so. Give me a diving into check. But yeah. What do you do?
She's gonna just say the hell with the silverware, and she's just gonna dive into the meat and just start scarfing it up like she's literally starving to death.
Yeah, scarfing and licking and lapping, going at it. And there's a big wooden mug that's full of ale there that you can reach towards and drink. Fine ale, too. Or a wine, if you prefer. Yeah, compliments of a one Rin Savixi. Someone you've never met. It's going to take a while to get through a feasting with this. It's at that point you hear the doors open loudly. In walks in this pair of individuals you recognize as Althea, I think. Or Thea. Yeah, that's what her name was. And the goblin friend. You two have now entered the fray. You look around at your little spot, Althea, close to the window. You don't see your new companion. But then, with the sound of eating near the hearth, you look and you see the familiar cloak and shape of Alara. And Sheppy, you see this too. What do you do?
Althea, isn't that the strange woman we pulled out of the Abomination vaults?
I believe it is. I recognize what she's wearing.
I don't know about you, but I got questions.
I was gonna say the same thing. Should we approach? Would it she looks busy. As I'm watching her scarf down her food. Maybe
Let's
we
make
should
ourselves known.
join her with some meals of our own.
Her face is just planted in the food.
Althea will go to the front counter and kind of like place an order for something.
No problem.
I got the drinks.
No problem. And they're quickly served to you. It's not a busy night, so it's a very comfortable night evening.
Sheppy, you better get something too.
finally. I need some drink. Fish head.
I have to say, now that you've gone rolling in who knows what, you smell like death and lavender. Ugh. I don't like this combination. But maybe nobody else will notice. Let's go. And she's gonna make her way to the table that Alara's sitting at. And like just slowly put her like plate down and her cup and slide in.
Sheppy just sits right next to her. Boom. Grabs a beer, sits it next to her. Okay, lady. Start talking. Who are you?
I think what he means to say is, "Hi, nice to see you again. We're glad you're doing okay. What brings you to the Rowdy Rockfish?" We have some questions.
Yeah, what she said.
Go ahead, Alara. What do you've just been joined. Here's what's going on. How do you respond to that?
Looking at both of them and then hearing him at first being what sounds like very authoritative, and then her trying to be more calmed down. She kind of takes a break from eating her food. She looks at both Shippy and Althea. Just her face is just covered in the well, not her whole face. It's more like from the mouth down. It's just covered in the blood that's from the steaks, the extremely rare and probably raw steaks. And she stops for a few minutes just looking at them, her gaze just bouncing between the two, and then she decides to go back to her eating.
Althea just clears her throat. Okay, and then she starts eating her own food in small little bites. And then every like third forkful, just instead of going to her mouth, it like goes to her sleeve.
Guys, I'm going to be leaving here soon. I'll be back on in about 25 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
See you guys in a little bit.
See ya.
So you'll have to role play his character. Go for it, Rachel.
No, why do you have to leave now? Why can't it be when he's still sleeping?
While Alara's eating, would she notice Althea doing the little movements with the food?
Yeah, unless you're trying to hide it, Althea.
She is trying to hide it only because of the previous incidents in this very establishment. Because Benley isn't exactly welcome there.
Okay, what's your stealth DC? And Alara, you're going to try and beat that with a perception. This will be public.
I don't think it'll be very hard. My DC's 11.
All right, you got to beat a DC 11 with your perception check. Go ahead and roll that. Let's see what you get. Oh, you see it for sure. It's quite obvious what she's doing. That's a critical success.
You can see the whiskers pop out of the sleeve and nibble on the fork.
Mm-hmm.
The fork full of food.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even hear a squeak or two.
Who's your friend in the sleeve?
Shh! Keep your voice down. I don't want anybody to know, but this is my familiar Binley. He's, he's my best pal. And although it doesn't mean much, I like to give him some food every once in a while. It's the little things in life, right?
Would stop eating for a second, wipe her hands on some napkins, or probably even use one of her sleeves before she would find one of the breads that has glaze on it, rip a small piece off, and then slip it over to Althea to give to her companion
So
before she went back to eating.
she'll like discreetly grab it and do like a very blatant like pretends to bring it to her mouth, then just slowly to the sleeve again. She's not great at hiding things, but she's gonna try to keep her back turned to the owner. Keeping a lookout. Where is she? um Meanwhile, Sheppy is like, go on, the questions, the questions.
Yes,
And
ask some more questions.
Althea's like, oh yeah, I don't want to get too distracted, but um now that we have a moment, is there any way we can become friends, perhaps? I don't know why you were in the gauntlet, but maybe it was fortuitous and a sign that we should work together. We have to go back to finish what we've started. And I don't know what your current plans are or what your mission is, but as you've seen, we are kind of short-handed, and we could use all the help we could get. If it's not too much trouble, of course.
Alara's gonna ease the bottom of her not cloak, but more like her robes, wiping her hands on the hem before she sits up and looks over at Althea, the blood now dry on her her mouth, probably going down her chin, down the outside of her throat. She just looks at Althea for a few moments, and she's trying to gauge her to see if she's actually being honest or if there's some kind of ulterior motive to.
So,
Perception. Blind perception roll.
Here we go.
Sense motive.
so while you're doing that, Aldi is actually not making eye contact, and she keeps glancing away because she has a real big problem with messes. And she's like a little bit obsessive compulsive with like OCD. And she doesn't like dirty things. She's like sweating like, oh god, she needs a napkin. Oh no, it's dripping down her chin. Oh, somebody catch it. It's gonna fall on the table. So she's kind of looking around for a napkin or like, oh, it's too much. I can't look.
Yeah, and it's so ridiculous what's happening right now, Alara. She's got to be faking it. This is all some kind of ruse, a deception. Doubts fills your mind. Alara.
He narrows her gaze underneath her hood, staring slightly harder at Althea. And she goes, "Why should I be friends with you whenever you came and look me in the eye?"
And Sheppy speaks of, she does that to me too. That's just her thing.
Don't pay so much attention to her. She's always doing that.
But Althea responds, it's just, you just have a little something on your face, and it's just dripping everywhere. I can't concentrate. I'm so sorry. And it's so bad that Althea is gonna get up and go get a napkin. Make sure Bidley's fully concealed, and then go get one.
Yes, watch out. Brelda ain't in tonight. By the way, you don't see her.
Oh, phew. There's some relief. But once Althea has a napkin, she, like, hurries back and, like, hands it to her with both of her hands. Please, here you go. And please trust me. I have absolutely nothing to hide. It's just a small team trying to do the right thing. And as I've mentioned, the team's getting smaller and smaller. I'm not promising you that this is going to be a safe journey, but I do promise you that we desperately need your help. And there is a reward, if that will convince you. A reward from the mayor.
Well, while Shippy had been talking, Alara would have instantly just glared at him, her eyes just going a bright crimson red, slightly showing her fangs as a form of intimidation towards Shippy, before she would turn her gaze onto Althea after taking the napkin from her and probably just wipe some of the mess away, but still like leave a slight tiny bit behind, probably just to in Alara's way of just to probably mess with Althea slightly.
And Althea's making eye contact again, but like when you look at her face, there's this unsettling part of it that she's just a little queasy, or she just can't handle it.
Alara would then turn her gaze completely on Althea, her gaze going from a bright red just now into a like this deep crimson, borderline blood red, and she would go again, "Why should I trust you to be friends whenever you could possibly just wind up stabbing me in the back, leave me for dead?"
Can I roll diplomacy to convince her?
Yep, you can go for it.
Well, please look at these charts and my list of many reasons why you should join us. Here's my compelling arguments, if it is compelling.
It's quite compelling to you. You're contrasts with what you earlier felt about her being deceiving. Something isn't right here, but this is very interesting. And
For the sake of mankind and for a little bit of money in the old gold sack.
Go ahead.
Her gaze would instantly shimmer at the mention of some sort of payment. And after hearing Althea give her list, she'd not relax, but she still keep her back completely straight and be like, what is it you're talking about?
Well, we've been tasked to investigate the mysteries behind the gauntlet. That's the same location where we've met, actually. The mayor has offered a small gold amount. I can't remember if that's split or individual, but
Individually, everybody gets 50 gold each. That's
okay, I wasn't sure if it was shared.
500 silver each.
And so it is quite a lump sum, but it sounds like he was really looking for results. And things have not exactly gone smoothly. I myself have been in and out of that place many times. And Sheppy chimes in going, me too! I hate that place! It's...
Terrible.
It has taken... yeah, terrible. It's taken us quite some time, and we've seen many friends come and go, and we like I've said, we could use all the help we could get. And we don't know what we're going to find in there, but one thing's for certain is that the further we go, the harder it is to stay inside. Have you noticed anything off or mysterious about the gauntlet? Something unsettling?
And it's at this point that, as she discusses and talks about the gauntlet and the Abomination Vault and the mayor, and this probably mentions in passing Rin Savixi, which is a name you just heard, all this information is coming towards you. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to add that she would have mentioned Rin and mentioned that she would need to visit her and have her own experiences with Rin.
Rin Savixi is like a benefactor for the group. She's supporting the group here. She's a elven. Help me out here. What is it again? Tiefling. Elven tiefling, and she makes a living telling the stars. That's her thing. And she's the one who alerted the companions here about something is off about the gauntlet. It glows at night, and only few people can see it. She could see it. And this is what spawned this whole thing. And she goes on and on about how there was an attack by the gauntlet itself shone a big beam of light on the graveyard. The dead rose. They attacked the people of the town. And it was these individuals you sit with here, some of them, that put an end to that. They stopped this undead rising from the grave. They fought them off. A great creature was spawned in the middle of the graveyard as well. Some strange Skelathrax, I believe it was identified as, that appeared and was also defeated. By the way, these same Skelathrax were encountered just recently in the gauntlet by you, Althea and Sheppy, in that cave area. And she goes on to describe that, and she also describes how the mayor has hired the heroes after that great defense of the town for 50 gold each to put an end to it, put a stop to it. Whatever is coming from that gauntlet, it must be stopped. And the companions that is their charge, and they've been offered gold coin. And that's pretty much what she's saying to you. Also, yeah, we'll leave it at that. If there's any information you want to know about the gauntlet, it's on the map. You double click it, you can open it. There's a little location where the gauntlet is on the map. If you click that, it'll open up and it'll tell you some things about it that's common knowledge that you would have access to at this point. Or just ask Althea directly. So there's that. Now, one more question. How well are you hiding your face, Alara? How well are you hiding your hands as you talk to these companions? Although I'm sure they might have noticed your pallid look and appearance earlier in the gauntlet, maybe.
her hood would be pulled down pretty low. Like,
Okay.
you'd have to be, like, getting to ground level on knees to be able to see up underneath the hood.
Althea's small. so, so
He's always looking up, so.
always. You are an elf, and she is a gnome. All right, I'll tell you what, Althea, make a blind perception roll. I'll assign a DC here because it's not necessarily your stealth involved here. You notice through this conversation two things, Althea. You notice that she has a very pallid skin tone. You haven't seen anything like it before. Very unnatural about it. Every once in a while you catch a glimpse from her eyes as it flickers from the light of the table. And they seem to be blackened around the eyes. And a strange red, just like the token, a strange red flick comes from the pupils. And as her hands occasionally come out to reach at food, you see the almost bony nature of the knuckles and fingers. And again, that pallid flesh. You've seen this before briefly in the gauntlet as you carried the body out and tended to her, but not like this. This you're close up. You can see it. There's something off about it. You're not too sure what that is, but you continue the conversation regardless. So you did notice. Something isn't right. Something unnatural. Sheppy steps up. His head pops up from underneath the table. I guess he was under the table doing something.
Hey,
I believe it.
why are you so pale?
He says to you,
Alara looks over at Sheppy, and she asks in turn, "Why are you so curious as to my appearance of nature?"
I don't know.
and then he disappears under the table again. And you hear him chomping at something. He's got something going on down there.
Out of, like, you could see, like, almost out of reflex, like, Althea would just see her face contort almost into, like, a sneer as Alara had watched Sheppy pop up, ask a question, and just peer back under, and then she would probably notice that Alara would, like, almost in a reflex, would start to reach underneath the table but stop herself, and then just go back to slowly munching down the bread on her plate, contemplating. I'm guessing you also had the same question as he does. Alara would look over at Althea.
She's just still, like, scanning you. And you see her just kind of nod without actually saying yes.
How familiar are you with certain, let's say, dark creatures that are never meant to see the light of day?
Shall I roll? Recall knowledge? See what I do know.
Yeah, sounds good. Blind. That will be,
Wait, is it occultism or religion?
let me look real quick. Get out my thing here. Okay, traits. Where are they? Da, da, da. You would roll. Huh. Society. Yeah, society.
Well, if I know it, I know it. If I don't, I don't. I've got nothing in society.
Wow. Nope, you have no clue. Only what you've encountered here in Otari and in the past in your homeland to the north, in the hills. But no, there's nothing. You don't recall any type of anyone looking like this. You've never seen this before. Mysterious.
Well, then she'll respond, I can't say I know anything about that, Alara, but please explain. I'm always willing to learn.
Yes.
Laura will finish eating and push her now empty plates away. Let's just say there are some things that should not exist, but unfortunately do exist. Thanks to magic that should not even be able to breathe on this existence.
Would this have something to do with why you responded so negatively when I tried healing everybody in the gauntlet?
Yes.
Okay. I'm beginning to have some understanding, but please go on. And she'll also take her plate and put it at the front too.
As you do, and you push the plate forward, there's still some meat and fresh things on the table, but suddenly you see a hand appear from under the table, and it creeps slowly up onto the table near the last piece of big, thick meat.
And
Stab it with a fork.
Can I roll? Alara's gonna try and see if she can snatch his hand before he can pull it back.
Good. Make a, I want to say dexterity check, but there's no tribute checks. What would that be? Athletics? Acrobatics?
You can do a reflex. I don't know.
No, reflex save. Give me an acrobatics roll. Just roll acrobatics. See how quick you are, because he's going to grab this and... So if you can beat his DC in acrobatics, which will probably be pretty tough.
You said acrobatics?
Yeah, make an acrobatics check. This can be public. You have to beat a 12. If you beat a 12... You see his hand slowly come up, and so does Althea. Everybody sees it, even Binley. And it's clear to see. And just as it grabs and hooks its fingers into the meat, you reach over and grab it yourself. What do? You pull it away?
She grips his wrist in a death grip. And she looks at Althea and she goes, I do not think it's best if I show you what I really look like in public eye, for fear of, let's just say, certain things will happen that you do not wish to see.
Shippy's head slowly comes up over the table, and you can see his eyes staring up at you. Go ahead.
I'll trust you on that one, Alara. And in time, I'm sure we'll see each other's true appearance.
And then Alara is gonna look over at Sheppy if he's raised his head and pull on his arm as she leans in close enough to where she's like an inch from his face and go, "It would probably in your best interest if you want something best to ask before you might lose a limb."
And you let go of his arm? He just stares
She
blankly
lets
at
go.
you.
She lets go of his arm and then she sits back ramrod straight.
All right. And as he slowly takes his hand down away from the meat, all of a sudden he bares his maw and he goes, "Ah!" And you see all these teeth like needles all in that they're yellow and they're nasty looking. And then he ducks under the table.
Before he ducks underneath the table and she sees him do that, she's going to try and make her presence a little bit more darker, like try and cause the shadows around her to grow a little longer to give her more of an intimidation against him.
Casting a cantrip to do that?
It's not more of trying to cast a trick, it's more like trying to do intimidation against him.
Okay.
Did I roll for intimidation or
Yes, you can do that. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
public or blind?
That can be being a public, because it's
All
fun.
right.
Wow. You get a nice +9 on that. That's pretty good. That's your thing. So without using any magic to help this roll, Sheppy kind of pops his head up slowly again, and his eyes are wide open. You almost see a little bit of a shiver to his head.
What are you?
He says,
I sense magic about you. And what else?
Trying to keep her voice as low as possible for only Althea and Sheppy to hear. She would speak in her natural language, which is Necro, and not know if he can understand her or not. She'd go, I am something that you will forever fear for the rest of your life if you do not show respect.
and he kind of cocks his head. And this is a dark, menacing sounding language, Althea. The words have a lot of slurs and ha in them. Very odd language, but it sounds sinister to you. You don't recognize it. And Sheppy looks like he doesn't recognize it either. Of course, everyone in the entire place is kind of sitting quiet now. You see some eyes coming in your direction. But nobody's bothering you.
What was that?
But nobody's Go ahead.
Go-
I think we're all talking at the same time.
I'll let you go.
I wasn't saying anything.
Would Alara get a sense that people have gone instantly quiet?
Oh yeah, it's noticeable. You can see it. You just kind of catch it out of the side of your eye. The bartender's kind of standing there, just watching, curious. Everyone else is kind of quiet. You don't hear the sound of eating going on. And if you do look around just a little bit, you will see that there's some people kind of chewing their food and watching. You've got some attention, is basically what's happening here.
Yeah, Althea will be quiet at first, but then she'll speak up in common. It sounds like you might need to sleep on this, as I might need to as well.
Yes.
Let's meet up tomorrow. If you can find here's the address to Rin. If you are serious about joining us and serious about that reward, we'll meet you there tomorrow. At like, when does her shop open? Is it 9 or 10?
Usually in the mid-morning. She's not an early starter to business. But
Yeah.
she might be there earlier at daybreak. You don't know. For you guys, maybe. But
Oh,
usually.
well, Althea wants to sleep in. Sheppy might have had a nice little nap, but she needs some spells and
You hear him chomping underneath the table still. I know you got to go pretty soon.
yes. But Althea, after that, she'll take a leave. She'll step out, kind of
Okay.
wish Alara a good night, and maybe she'll see her in the morning, maybe not. But if she decides to join, meet at Rin Savixi's mid-morning when she opens. And Althea looks underneath the table at Sheppy and says, now don't spend too much time under here eating all of the table scraps. There might be some real goodies waiting for you at your main housing, wherever that is. I still am not quite sure the exact location.
He looks at you. He's got a big piece of meat in his hand, and the oils and grease are falling from his face. He's just chewing on it, staring at you.
But I don't know if you heard me, Sheppy, but Rin Savixi's tomorrow, mid-morning. Get some rest.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going home.
Okay.
All right, and what we'll do, Althea will make her way out. Alara, do you have any response to this or anything, or before she steps out? Do you have anything left to say to her?
I would just silently watch Althea leave.
Okay. And we'll briefly pause here. We'll let Rachel do her outro, and then we'll wait for Jesse to come in, and we'll do a little bit more with the role playing, and then we'll call the session. I think that'll be good. So,
I guess
Rachel?
this kind of works out because I'm
It does.
leaving and so is Althea.
Yep, perfect. Ka-ching!
Yeah.
Do your outro, Althea. Thanks for playing tonight.
Yeah, no, thanks for hosting another session. It was kind of nice getting some downtime stuff going, and I have 2 gifts now.
Yeah. If you look in your inventory, you'll see it's in there. It's let me unmystify it. I'll leave you with that. This is what you find.
Ooh.
Now, this is a star knife of +1 striking. Now, what that means is not only do you get the +1 to hit, but you get a +1 additional die, which is a D4. So you'll get 2d4 when you roll damage with this baby. So it's got 2 runes on it.
Come a morning, I may switch up my cantrips. I may be preparing something else that will go very well with this new weapon.
Excellent. And I also noticed that's a melee weapon. You can't really range attack with that, can you?
I could get telekinetic projectile.
Ah.
It is light bulk, so
That's
she'll
right.
just have to loosely wear it enough that she can just fling it. This would also save her from having to create that spiritual weapon, although spiritual weapon is very good.
Giant
And it has
lollipop.
come in handy.
Mhm.
Yes. But yeah, thanks for hosting. Thanks for playing, Alara. It was great seeing you. Well, not seeing you, but talking to you and role playing with you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thea.
It'll be interesting what kind of interactions we have next time we play Abomination Vaults,
Probably
because
next
that's when
Sunday.
Alar's supposed to be making the decisions and meeting Rin. So I'm excited for that because Rin's always a good time.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys, and I will talk to you next week.
Toodaloos.
Yeah, Thea.
Bye.
I'm gonna wait for Jesse to get in here. When he gets in here, we'll do his little role play with Althea. With Alara and take care of that. Now, so let's take her out of the scene. Boop. And there goes Binley. And boop. There. So right now, it's you and Sheppy. Sheppy wipes the stuff off his face, and you sit there calmly and patiently. And eventually he comes back up onto the table and he looks around for Althea.
She's gone now, isn't she? She's always pestering me. But you, there's something strange about you. You're hiding secrets, aren't you? You have magic. I know you do, 'cause I sense it.
As do I. And when he says that, he flicks his finger. And suddenly this little flame erupts from his hand. And it gets kind of big. And then there's voices around in the room. And then he kind of nervously looks left and right, and he hides the flame with his other hand until it disappears. And just a little puff of magic smoke appears between his fingers.
Yeah, I have magic too. What can you do?
There, Alara?
Yeah, Alara just immediately. An idea has popped into her head. And she gets really close to him and she just smiles, just very, very slowly. And she goes, "Do you really want to know?"
I don't know now. But I know you're hiding something. But if you're on our side, that's a good thing, right? Just as long as you're not one of those humans with a death wish. They always die.
She slowly sits back with a shrug of her shoulders and goes, "Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Who knows?"
Maybe indeed.
He grabs a bone off the table. Let's see. Waiting for Jesse to get here to roleplay for you. What do you think so far? You enjoying it? Rachel?
Definitely enjoying it, showing more of her. She's not going fully dark, but she's giving off that aura, that presence that there are some things that people that tend to stay away from do exist, and she's giving off that presence. But at the same time, it's not overwhelming, but more of a taste.
Right. So far,
She's not going evil. She's not going evil.
what is your alignment?
her alignment is...
Oh, neutral.
Neutral.
True neutral. I think Sheppy's true neutral. Yeah, he's neutral too. Althea, I won't give her away, but yeah.
She seems a bit more on the good side. Goody two-shoes, says Sheppy.
Oh, let me update the time before we get any further with this. Let's see where we're at in time. Wow, a lot of hours went by. So, yeah. Three, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're still in the 26th of Frost, Fire Day. 1 hour before midnight, essentially. That's how far this session has taken us. Almost 12 hours of role playing. That's pretty cool. Very good. Assuming everyone gets their sleep tonight, that'll give everyone their level times their constitution bonus as hit points for healing. Now on your character sheet, all you do is you go on your character sheet. On the left side, top, there's a little bed button. It's a little guy in bed. You just click that, and it'll automatically give you your natural healing. You don't have to do it now. We could do that in the next session. That'll be your full healing back, because I don't think you're totally healed yet.
Nah, she's at 19 hit points.
And the fun thing about your character, being a, spoiler alert, Dampier, is that you receive your healing magically from negative energy, not from positive. You take damage from positive energy. Hence, that's why Althea, did a little discomforting damage to you when she was healing everything else. You took damage. You do have an amulet that protects you a little bit. Of course, important. But that's the interesting thing about this. With a party of non-Dampiers, that are benefiting from all this magical healing, you don't. You got to kind of take special precautions for that whole thing. Which makes me wonder, what about healing potions? I don't remember how that works. I'm not sure you get healing from healing potions or not. That would suck if you don't. I'll have to look it up. But, yeah. I think you heal normally with healing potions, right?
I want to say yes.
They don't do positive stuff. Where is the Dampier? Advanced Player's Guide? Yeah. I'm curious about that. I used to know this, but I don't remember now. Because if that's the case, you can benefit from the potions. I don't think there's a negative healing potion. Healing potions. There's 2 places to find that. The equipment section or the magic items section. Let's see. No. Alchemy. Alchemical items. Or consumables. Very curious. Consumables.
nectar of purification.
Here it is. Healing potions. Healing consumable magical necromancy potion. That's the only traits it has. Healing potions, a vial of ruby red, blah, blah, blah. Healing rapidly when you think it. Yeah, you benefit from healing potions. Now let's look up the damn fear real quick. I'm gonna turn this light on because I can't see nothing. Damn fear.
You're a scion of a vampire.
You have the negative healing ability, which means you are harmed by positive damage and healed by negative effects, as if you were undead, which you are. You also gain the low light vision, ancestry, blah blah blah. That's all it says. So healing potion doesn't do positive anything. It's just something you can drink. So you'd be able to drink that and get normal benefits from it. So there is that. It's just that the healing spell does produce positive energy, which will damage you. And Jesse, welcome aboard. When you're ready, let us know.
Yeah, I'm ready. What's up?
All right, so we're still in the session. We just had a little interlude there.
Okay.
And let me think. Althea's been in conversation with Alara, kind of trying to dig into who she is and what's going on, and are you a friend? You've been diving into the food, hiding under the table, eating bones and stuff. And however, you're picking up on something about Alara. There's something about her. It's not just her look and appearance that's most striking. How pallid she is and the dark eyes. You can't see her entirely clearly, but you sense that she has some type of magical abilities. She started speaking in some dark, almost sinister tone, using some language both you and Althea couldn't recognize. It actually got the attention of those in the room at the moment, which there's about half a dozen at this point, kind of listening in and watching. No one's disturbing you. But Alara at this point has been somewhat kind of threatening, but then not threatening. She has a certain aura about herself, like she's not afraid, yet she hides. So there's a contrast going on here. But you're sensing magic. You're not sure what it is. Althea said, you know what? You should join us. We're making some coin for this, investigating it. You can be of some help to us. And you should see Rin Savixi tomorrow morning after we all get sleep. And Althea went away. And now you behave. And make sure you get your sleep too, Sheppy. And she and Binley disappeared and went back home. So it's you and Alara, and we'll pick up from there at this moment. You did one thing I'll mention. You did showcase that I'm a magic user too. And you did a produce flame in your hand. Actually, yeah, that's a cantrip, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And you made it disappear because you were getting too much eyes upon you for doing that. There was a grumble going on like, he's going to burn the place down. What's going on? Magic. I think that's what it is. That's magic. So, yeah. So you made that go away real quick. And here you sit after almost finishing your meal, sucking on some bones, with this strange, tall, pallid woman. Not sure if she's what her ancestry is. And the Rowdy Rockfish. What would you like to do, Sheppy?
Do you have a drink? Perhaps you would like some wine or beer, mead? I can supply.
Alara studies him for a few minutes and she goes, wine?
1 second. Goes up to the bar, gets some wine, pays for it, brings it back to the table and presents it to her. Drink. We have some things in common, do we not? Where is it that you get your power from? Mine comes from the elements.
Lara's gonna study him over the wine glass for a few minutes. And then she's gonna pick up the glass, actually down the entire thing within one sitting. Place the wine glass back on the table before standing up. And then leans down enough for only low enough for him to hear and whispers, "Find me the skeleton of a dead fish, then meet me in the graveyard," before she walks out.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Yeah. I hang out there. I know the graveyard very well. I will see you there. To be honest, I think Sheppy has some skeletons in his bag.
Yeah, so if you want to slip off to the graveyard, you can do that. Let me see if I still have that graveyard map.
Yeah, that was from my session 1.
Yeah, let me see if I got it in here. That was quite a while. I got a couple graveyard maps. Let's see. That was a cool map too. Let's see if we can go to the graveyard. Actually, could just go to the Otari map. Yeah, we'll just go to the Otari map and zoom in on the graveyard. Let me activate this, bring you guys over to it. And let's see. It's still nighttime, but let me put a little light here. Let me put a little light right there. What's going on with the music? And yeah, if you go to the graveyard, you'll right over here. You'll see where I'm talking. I'll bring your tokens over there. Let me find you guys. Where the heck are you? There you are. There's Lara. I moved you there. Sheppy, where is your token?
Right here.
Oh yeah. It's nighttime. Everything's so dark. So you can see there's a little hole. The graveyard is secured at night, but there are little nooks and crannies to sneak into. The normal entrance is outside above Otari on the ledge. Again, Otari itself sits within a ledged area, so it's kind of sunken. And the graveyard is above, near the dawn flower. It's above. You can look at the map and see where it is. It's on the ledge above. And to get to the cemetery, there's two main entrances. One is on the road to the Dawnflower Library. There is a winding path that goes up the cliff edge to the cemetery. And there's also one on the north side of the cemetery. Above, there's a big main gate, which is currently guarded at the moment. It's been guarded ever since the attack. But to get to that, you have to go to the north end of town and come all the way around past the stone circle, that kind of jazz. If you want to get to the cemetery late at night, you would have to do just that. You would have to go up the north end of Otari and all the way around on the road, heading towards the main entrance. And then, according to Sheppy, follow me. And he disappears close to the wood edge, and he heads back towards the cemetery where there's a wall. In certain spots, it's as high as 8 feet. But there is a little hole in the wall that he knows of, and you could sneak through. It's a little tight for a much taller person like yourself, Alara, but you can manage it. And you could squeeze your way into the cemetery. And that's where we'll pick up right now. That's where you are. You're in this cemetery.
I tell you what, Alara. The last time I was here, wasn't good. Something happened with the gauntlet, and it made all the dead rise from the graves here. Me and Althea barely escaped with our lives. Kind of uneasy about being here. But what is it you wanted to show me? And he throws the skeleton of the fish in front of her.
Laura, once she catches the corpse that she asked for, would give off this presence, she's comfortable being in the graveyard, almost as if it's like a home to her. And she's going to do a quick look around, just stay in her place to see if there's any guards in the graveyard, or possibly a grave digger doing his or her work. See if she can find anybody else besides them there.
You both have dark vision, and you can clearly see, well, in tones of gray, there's no presence of anyone within the graveyard at this time. You do see near the gate a couple, they look like guards, Otari guards, town militia. You see them. And Sheppy, you would know that's who it is. They do guard this thing. In fact, there's occasional patrols around the perimeter and on the outside ever since the attacks. You would know this. Seldom do they come in at night, but it wouldn't be unheard of. And usually they have torches when they do so. But you can see up ahead at the gate. It's not represented on the map, but these guards do have torches at the gate, so they're even more revealing. You can see them. They're some distance away. That's all you see, Laura. Just you and Sheppy.
All right. As once they get inside, she feels completely at ease. She holds the corpse of the fish in her hand. And then she raises her other hand above the corpse. And she looks at Sheppy and she goes, "Are you truly certain you wish to see what I'm capable of?"
Show me, show me.
She's then going to look back down at the corpse of the fish. And she's going to start whispering in, not whispering, more like a chanting and necro, as she attempts to cast, where is it? She's going to cast Animate Dead on the dead fish.
It starts dancing around. put that in the chat. It's pretty obvious what it does, but let's see. All kinds of heightened levels. It's a spell level 1, so mark it off. Mark off one of your level 1. Well, you can cast this higher if you want, but I assume it's level 1. Cast off one of your level 1 slots. Just hit the cast button. Your magic dredges up a corpse or skeleton and fills it with necromantic life. And you force the dead to fight at you. You summon a common creature, which would be the fish. As the undead level 1, level -1, the creature gains a summon trait, heightening the spell, increases the maximum level. So I assume that you're just trying to make this fish animated, essentially.
She's just trying to make it flop in her hand as if it's actually not dead but still alive.
Okay. So yeah, Sheppy, this is what you see.
Okay. Sheppy's eyes get wide. He goes, "That is so cool. I love it. Do it again. Again."
Prestidigitation. Oh, you don't have that. How long does that last? Sustained up to 1 minute. So this little fish just starts flopping around in her hand, and when she sets it on the ground, I imagine it flops around still, like it's trying to swim. Yeah.
So you can raise dead other things too?
Looks up at him and nods before she steps forward and just drops her foot on the undead fish.
Is it dead again? Sheppy pokes it.
Picks it up and eats it.
And then goes, "Ah."
Not as good as a real fish.
Yeah, that kind of tasted weird. So,
How well did you know your
I-
fallen companion?
say that again.
How well did you know your fallen companion back in the vaults?
Well, I must say I knew Dane better. But Marshall, we had some time together. I learned some things in the end, how he was his father. We were there to avenge his son's death. We were getting close, but everyone that gets close to Sheppy seems to die. Not sure why. Althea is the only one. Very protective of her. I keep her close.
You met her in this graveyard.
Yes, I actually met her here. And it is ironic that I'm meeting you here as well.
And as you look around to the left and right, Sheppy, make a perception. Blind. Okay. Go on.
But I've heard of this magic before. I believe it's called necromancy. Am I correct?
Laura would nod. I've used necromancy many times. In fact, I even fought against Marshall a long time ago in another battle.
You fought Marshall?
He was not an opponent you wanted to take on by yourself. His very presence on the battlefield sent dread through the undead that I command.
Did he know you?
We never fully met face to face, but I was able to catch glimpses of him on the battlefield, and I knew what he is capable of, or was capable of.
Are you evil? Or are you... What? Are you here to help? Why are you here?
Alara would bring her hands up, bring her hood back, and just fully expose her pale appearance, and let him see her gaze before she would look at him directly in the eye and go, I'm what you call a child of a vampire, or Dampier, as what comic book would call me.
Half vampire. Essentially. A half vampire. Which are not unknown, Sheppy.
Yeah.
You might even know some of this, being on the underground and knowing something about groups that keep out of the sight of the normal goings-on of town. But there is Dampier, and the father was a vampire. The mother a human or an elf or dwarf or whatever's infected by it. The child ends up being a half vampire, sometimes referred to as a Dampier. And that's what she's revealed to you. Now they're not common, but they tend to keep to themselves. They tend to group together in their own little groups. This is what you've heard. This is what you know of them. This is common knowledge. But they're not necessarily evil. You know, they've just been touched by the dark side, in a way. And this is what Alara, is revealing to you. Now, if you want to make a recall knowledge to learn something even more deeper than that, you can do so. Would you like to make a recall knowledge? Maybe you know a little bit more about them.
Can I use Arcana?
No. You would use Society. You do know that they are susceptible to positive energy. Being a spellcaster yourself and somewhat familiar with some of those positive energy spells, such as healing, such as from Althea, Dampiers can be harmed with such magic. You know this.
So I've learned that Althea's healing spells and my healing spells harm you. I saw this happen. You can't be healed with positive energy?
I cannot. The only kind of magic I can be healed with is by negative.
And healing potions.
Gotcha.
And healing
Oh.
potions.
So they were.
I'm about 95% sure of that. I have to double check it, but I think healing potions work normally on Dampiers.
So I think healing spells can be used to harm undead.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
Because they do positive energy. That's
Right.
why she's hurt by it.
I got
You can't reverse the spell. It is what it is, and it's always cast as a positive energy thing. I know what you're thinking, but no, it doesn't work
Yep.
that way.
Use it in reverse.
There is a harm spell that I believe does negative damage and actually heals undead. I think that's what you're thinking, but it's a separate spell. I think it's called harm.
Yeah.
Do you have harm? Does anybody have harm?
No. In my
think I do.
campaign, Grimner has it.
Nah, you've got it, Alara. You've got
Oh, I
harm.
do. Okay.
You can heal yourself. Does it work the same? Let's put it in the chat and see. Is that blind for you guys, or can you see it?
I can see it.
Oh, look at
Heal
all.
the undead.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, that would be a healing spell for you.
Wow. It would harm everybody around you, but it would heal you. That's pretty good. There you go. That's cool. For one action, you could cast it with a range of touch. For two actions, you can cast it in a range of 30 feet around you, and everything does D8 plus 8. Healing for negative and damage to everybody that's living. And for three actions, you could cast it to do a 30-foot range on... I read that wrong. The three action is you disperse the negative energy within 30 feet, and everything around you takes that amount of damage, D8, or healing for undead. Two actions is a powerful one, I think. It's the best version. And any one target within 30 feet takes 1d8 plus 8 on top of it, either damage or healing. When you cast it on yourself, you always benefit from it no matter what version you cast. You always are affected by it.
So you would heal D8 plus 8.
For two action spell.
Yep.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
It's just like a heal spell, except it's backwards.
Yeah, does negative damage.
Yep.
Cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, divine, necromancy, and negative. And heal the undead. All right, well, we figured that out. That's cool. Awesome. Good choice of a spell. I don't even think she realized that. Or maybe she did, I don't know.
Yeah, I was worried we wouldn't be able to heal her.
Yeah, I think healing potions work, though, as normal.
Well, I was gonna pull her hood back up and make sure it's like covering just to where the shadow of the hood, if they were outside, would probably cover her eyes so people wouldn't be able to see.
I understand why you want to keep it quiet. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Except Althea. She has to know. Are you with us? Do you want to get some coin as well and help us on our adventures?
And Sheppy will explain a little bit of background here about how the group was hired. The group known as the Companions. It's kind of the title these guys run with. And it includes a bunch of people. Possibly 3 or 4 have already been slain. But it includes a dwarf. There's another elf spellcaster. You haven't met these. There's a human warrior who loves brandishing big giant swords. You haven't seen him either. Sheppy explains about him, named Valafor. But right now it's Sheppy, Althea, and did I miss somebody?
That's it. And her.
Yeah. And if you'd like to be part of this and make some gold coin, 50 gold, you could be part of it. We're trying to solve the mystery of the gauntlet, whatever's causing the dead to rise and the strange glow that emanates from the gauntlet late at night, because it's not supposed to be working anymore. And if you turn your gaze up towards it, you can just see the very top of the gauntlet. It's very tall. It's like 100 feet tall. Go ahead and make a perception roll. Your eyes don't make out the glow. You don't see it. But this is what you're told, and this is what spawned the investigation. It's not supposed to be lit. Sheppy goes on to describe this tower. It's basically a lighthouse. How 500 years ago it was built by someone known as Belcora. It's common knowledge here. She was a dark, menacing, sinister, vile human who was raised in Absalom, was thrown out of Absalom,
To get her revenge, it is said that she built this fortress around this magical creation known as the Gauntlet, to wreak her revenge on the place. This was 500 years ago. A group of adventurers known as the Rose Guard hunted her down and attacked her here while she was building this gauntlet, this fortress, and defeated her, slew her. She was killed. And Sheppy goes on to describe how the gauntlet, if you go up there and look at it, we just briefly saw it when we made our escape, you'll see that it's this gauntlet, this tower, which looks pristine, like it was built yesterday. Some type of magical artifact, he explains. There's something about it. You can't damage it. But all around it are these crumbling walls and towers that have fallen in due to time. And evidence of a great battle within can be seen. Blasted walls, marks of black soot everywhere. Like there was a big battle here. Evidence of the Rose Guard and their battle with Belcora, otherwise known as the Dark Queen. To some. And this is what you're investigating. And I'll leave the rest up to you, Sheppy, what you've encountered and what you think is going on. And yeah, I'll leave the rest to you. But this he tells you a lot.
One thing that didn't tell you is Belcora had a lover. And he was like her lieutenant. And we think we found him. But we had to retreat. And that's where we met you. But he's in our sights. We know where he is. He's our target next. Can't remember his name right now.
His name is Volok. He was said to be a drow. And this isn't the picture I want to show, but I'm going to show it anyway. This is according to the description of Sheppy, who encountered this creature. Can you see that?
Yep.
It can only be described as a slithering mess of a creature, no longer with the looks and appearance of a humanoid elf, but rather a humanoid slime with flesh that moves. But I wanted to show you a little picture. There is a portrait that one of the companions has with them. Somebody has it. It's a little portrait they found that was an actual picture of Volok before it turned into this. But he was a good look.
Has it.
Yeah, he was a good looking drow, good looking elf. You can see the appearance quite clearly, but yeah. So there is that.
So we need his head.
And you need all the help you can get.
Laura would process this information in her head for I want to say a few minutes, thinking of everything.
What do you do, Sheppy? Anything?
Sheppy's realizing that he may have found another companion of magic. And he's very interested in learning more about her powers because he's always studying the different types of magic he can acquire. So he's very interested in learning more about this damn fear.
Dampier.
Make another blind perception roll. Sheppy.
He's not good at these.
No. Okay. As you sit there, Sheppy, listening to this, your finger kind of cutting into the dirt in front of you, playing with the bones of the dead fish, smelling it, licking it, and listening to Alara while you relate to her the stories you've heard and encounters you've had, something catches your eye. Close to the brush, next to a large stone where something was once buried. A glint, a shine. What do you do?
Grab it.
Just reach over and grab it. As your hand penetrates through the dirt, you find it's very tarnished. It looks tarnished, but actually it's not. You clean it off. It's a bracelet. A silver-like bracelet with jewels all around it. It's silvery. And as you clean it off, with the dirt on it, it looks like it's been sitting here for a long time. Maybe it was something to do with the battle that was fought up here earlier. Maybe somebody lost it. Maybe somebody was buried not far under the ground. Who knows? There's no bones.
I'm going to cast detect magic on it.
Well, you can't cast it on a specific
the area.
When you do cast it, you do sense magic you haven't sensed before. You don't know what direction, but it's definitely where you're sitting within 30 feet. You feel the presence of new magic. Could be coming from anything.
Nice. I'll have to get that looked at.
I don't know. Can I identify things?
Sure you can.
Arcana?
Sure you can.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Whoops, I just made a mistake here. So there's an unusual object in your inventory.
Okay.
And I don't think you can do this, but I can. I'm going to click the button. You can use Arcana, Nature, Occultism, or Religion. Any of the 4 traditions of magic. There's 4 traditions in Pathfinder. Those are the 4 traditions every spellcaster must be part of. You can use any of those 4 to attempt to identify an item. Okay, so
I'll use my occultism.
All right, so you go ahead and make that occultism roll. It's going to be blind, and I'll tell you what happens. All right, you were spot on. You feel very confident. Look in your inventory and see what this is. It's under equipment at the bottom. Underneath your wayfinder.
Wait a minute. I already have one of these.
Well, now you got another one.
I got 2 of them now. All right.
How do you have 2 of them? There's only 1 in there.
Yeah, did it go away? Because I already had a bracelet of dashing.
Did you?
Yeah.
All right, let me give you a second one then. I didn't think you had 2 of them. But I did see a second one. I thought I did that by mistake. I guess they're more common than we thought.
Are they, can I wear 2 of them?
No, you can't stack the same modifiers.
Oh, they're worth some good gold, you know.
So, speaking meta here, it gives you a +1 item bonus to acrobatics checks. So, because it's an item bonus, it won't stack with any other item modifiers. You always use the best one. They don't stack.
How about the effect? on the bottom, the 10-foot status bonus.
Yeah, you get that. Nothing stacks, but
Not status either.
no. It would stack with status and circumstance bonuses, but not other item bonuses.
Gotcha.
So you activate it with a command. Takes an action to do it, as long as you're wearing it. And once per day you can do this. And the effect is it gives you a plus 10 foot status bonus to your speed for 1 minute. Plus, it gives you a plus 1 bonus to acrobatic checks. So if you have 2 of them, which I guess you do, well, they're actually common magic items, honestly. So it's not unheard of to have 2 of them. You give one to your friend, or you could sell it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, as a token of my friendship, Alara.
It's worth 58 gold. Although I think selling magic items, I'm not sure they're half priced. I don't remember. But selling anything magical is not an easy task. Someone has to know it's magical and want magical items. Otherwise, it's like, ooh, I don't want that. Cursed. Get out of here. But yeah, there is that. Well, you got 2 of them. There you go.
All right, I'm going to give one to Alara.
You're welcome. All right, Alara, let me drag this to your sheet. There's a friend indeed.
Alara would take the bracelet, look it over, stare at it in curiosity, and then just slip it on.
We're besties now. We have matching bracelets.
All right, so it requires investing. If you toggle the investment, that's literally mean putting it on. It takes an action to do that, so you invest it. You can do that and put it on right now. Just click the little, it looks like a diamond symbol. You can invest in this game. You can invest up to 10 items. And that's it. You already got something else invested, but that's all right. So you got a bracelet and an amulet. There you go. And that'll automatically add to your stats there for what it's worth. I think your movement should go up by 10 now, I think. Oh, no, you have to do it by command.
Yeah, it's once per day.
Yeah. So you can go from 30 feet to 40 feet. Pretty cool.
Good for when you got to get away.
That's faster than my freaking elf rogue. I need one of those. Cool. And you get a +1 status bonus to acrobatics.
What Sheppy needs is a staff. Farley found one. I need one too.
Acrobatics. A good use of that in combat is when you want to move through an enemy's space. You can tumble through. That's an acrobatics check. Well, you get a +1 if you activate your dashing thingy there. You get a +1. And believe me, a +1 is a lot in this game. So, there you go. You've got it invested. Sorry, Jesse. I would have gave you something more useful. I didn't know I freaking gave it to you already. Figures you
Well,
can't.
maybe it was something else.
Yeah. Oh, another thing. Althea let you know that, well, we have the support of the Dawn Flower, and Vandy is on our side. We can get things a little cheaper, in fact. They're doing everything they can to help us now.
Nice.
So you've got the support of the Dawn Flower Library behind you in your efforts, as well as Rin Civixy.
Hopefully they don't ever lose it if they ever find out what Alara is.
Yeah.
We'll keep that on the down low.
That's on the down low. Hush, hush, and all that.
Sheppy don't feel too comfortable in there either. So no worries.
All right, let me close that. So, what else we got going on here? Anything else?
The fine wines that we found, I think I have 4 of them. I want to see if I could sell 3 of them to the Rowdy Rockfish if they're
Yeah.
interested.
No problem. Half their price. So whatever their value is, half it and round up, and add it to your money. No problem.
Can I
They know you, and they're always after things like that. So yeah, I'll bring that in.
try a diplomacy check to get a little bit more for them?
Yeah, if you want. You're not really role playing it though, so I don't know if I should let you. If you role play it, if you role
These
play
are
it,
fine wines.
if you role
500 mil.
if
Go
you
ahead.
if you role play it, I will consider giving you a die roll. But if you don't, no die roll.
All right.
Can't just ask for a hey, I'm gonna make a die roll and I'm gonna get this. Terrible metagame player.
Listen. This is 500-year-old wine. This isn't just your run-of-the-mill average wines here. Taste it and you'll see. This is vintage. Worth way more.
I don't know. We know you, Sheppy. I'm not sure if I trust you that much.
Listen here. I'm the hero of the town. I wouldn't lie to you.
Are you lying?
No, I'm actually telling the truth.
All right, use diplomacy. Diplomacy check, please. I don't know. We'll assume you do this in the next session. I can't give you any bonus on this. Nope, can't do it. You're gonna have to leave. You'll have to go somewhere else. So
Well, I can always try the business up the street then.
yeah, you could. Good luck with that price. Gotta make money somehow.
So do I.
All right, so I'll let you have half price. No more role playing. It's a terrible game. I don't want to role play no more. You get half price.
Hold on, let me open up my
Damn
and see
cheapskate.
what they were worth. I think I forgot to put them on here. Oh, there it is. Valuable bottle. Wow, 60 gold pieces a piece.
So you'll get 30 for it. So get
All
rid
right,
of
I'm
it and give yourself
I'm going
30.
to say I got 3 of them.
Oh, you
I'm going
do.
to sell 2 and keep 1 for when we celebrate after our
No.
victory.
That 60 gold pieces is for all 3.
Oh, okay.
They're 20 each.
Well, I want to sell 2, so
So 40. So you get 20 out
40.
of it. So take away 2 bottles and give yourself 20
40
gold.
gold.
20 gold.
40.
20 gold. Half price.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So that's a lot, though. 20 gold is 200 silver pieces, which is the common coin here. Alara. Of course, you know this by now. I said it enough times. But yeah. All right, you can do that. We'll assume this takes place the next morning. So.
Okay.
But if the,
Do I get my spell slots back from resting?
no, we're gonna do that in the next session. It's still nighttime, and when we do the next session, probably next Sunday, we'll pick up from daybreak in Otari, and that's when you guys will get all your healing back. You can make your sale of the bottles, and talk with the other characters and so on and so forth. Excellent.
Sounds good.
Is there anything else you want to do in this graveyard before you make off to your... Well, I need to know where you're going to stay for the evening, Alara, as well as you, Sheppy. I imagine you might go back to the fishery. You might sneak through the window in Althea's house and sleep under her table or something and scare her in the morning.
Go hang out with Bidley.
Yeah, you've slept in that house before, so it's not unknown. She doesn't.
I would look at Shep and go, I will think it over, and when I see you again, I will give you my final decision.
Okay. I shall see you in the morning.
You better join the party. You won't be playing.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Sheppy will make his way to Althea's window and pop through and take a rest.
All right, let me make a roll for her. Because she's sound. Yeah, she's going to be sound asleep over there. Let's see. Hopefully she doesn't wake up, because then I got a role player.
You might smell me.
Wait a minute. How do you do this? I forgot. When you're sleeping.
You want to sneak?
No, when you're sleeping, there's a different way to do this when somebody's sneaking around. Yeah, I don't think she's going to hear you, actually. I want to know if she wakes up hearing you open that window. Well, let me roll a fate roll. Or let me consult my oracle.
There's a thievery room for you.
Oh, what a horrible roll. You got a 7 plus whatever your modifier is, so that's...
Hey, I got three hero points.
You sneak in. You are heard, however.
But it's not by Althea. As you sneak down...
Well, she doesn't have steps, does she? Oh, yeah, she has an attic. You're stuck through the attic, so there's a creaking noise as you push the door hatch open from the ceiling and hang down. How does she get up there? Must be a little ladder on the hatch door, like our house. Yeah, that's loud, though. You're not going to be sneaking like that. Oh. All right, you are heard. You make your way down. You leave the steps open. You don't even bother to close it back up. Too noisy.
And you make your way down the small stairs down to the main room. You see her snoring away. She's loud. You ain't heard noise like this from a gnome in your life, just roaring.
He giggles to himself.
Yeah. Boy, she's terrible. You'll have to bring this up in the session. Remind her how loud she was at snoring. Yeah, you remember. You were in the session. Well, now she's doing it. But she don't wake up. She's out cold. But there on the table, you see Binley.
He's got this little box. It's made just right for him. There's like a little blanket and a little pair of pillows that match. And he's laying in there. That's his little bed.
Give him a little pat on the head. Night, Ben.
Yeah. Toot, 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 toot. And he winks at you as you make your way underneath the table and curl up into a little space.
And quickly begins snoring. There's a lot of noise coming out of that house. Alara?
Sawn wood.
Go ahead, Jesse. What?
I was just saying sawn wood.
Yeah, it's a lumber mill in that house. All right, Alara. I imagine you joined Sheppy as you left this place and wandered close to the wood edge, out of the sight of the guards, and back down.
Actually, she would quietly wander through the graveyard trying to find like an open mausoleum or a half buried grave with the coffin lid slightly open.
There is one. There is one not close by, but there's no body in it. It's a broken old stone sarcophagus that you can actually... There's a hole in the top. It's cracked, and the hole is revealing the inside. There's nothing in it. There is that. It's kind of half buried.
She would make her way over it, open it slightly enough to where she can slip inside, and then push it back close, and then just I'm going to assume a half sleep.
Okay. There's plenty of hours for a full rest in there. So if you slept for half, you're good.
Way to blend in.
Yeah.
I mean, she's undead.
She does have
Hopefully
that
she doesn't
trait.
get seen.
She does have that trait. She has the undead trait.
Yep.
Or no, she doesn't. She doesn't have the undead trait. Is that true? Wait a minute. Let's double check that. I thought you had the undead trait.
That's interesting.
It has Dampier, Elf, and Humanoid. Uncommon heritage, so you're not as common as I thought, but that's okay. Half undead. That's what you are, half undead, so.
Mm-hmm.
Which means you're half living, so you're not pure undead. That's what the Dampier. So you're undead, but only half undead, and that's what it means to be Dampier. So your Dampier trait is essentially saying you are half undead. So that's what you have. Half undead. Which is odd because, like for instance, the heal spell affects undead. Well, you're half undead, but yet you take damage like an undead. Huh, you're not undead. I'll have to look again, or you can look. If it says undead, then you should have that. But I don't see it. Okay, so you make your way inside this little sarcophagus, this little coffin of stone. It's not so easy to move around, but you can make your way in there, pull apart some of the rock, and get inside. It's cold, just the way you like it. It's dark, even better. And there is a silence that falls over you as you go into this temporal sleep. Of course, Sheppy, perhaps you snuck out, said your goodbyes, and maybe you turned around and saw this. Maybe you watched her get inside that coffin.
The Sheppy, it's cool.
Yeah, very cool. And then where do you go?
He's not turned off by it at all.
Yeah. Strangely turned on. And you make
Didn't mean it that way. But okay.
you make your way back to Althea's and sneak inside and have your little sleeping session. All right, and that's where we'll end it. That's where we're going to pick up next time, probably next week. So take away your 3 hero points. Alara, you got 3. You both got 3 hero points. Take all that away. You've only got 1 for the next session. I don't know what Alara's doing with 3 of them. Did I give you 3 hero points? I know
How
I
do
did.
I get rid of them?
Just right-click them.
Right click. There you go. There you go. You're all set. You should have 1. Same thing with you, Jesse. I know you didn't get to use them.
It was all the role-playing.
Yeah, tonight was a role-playing heavy. I was going to get some combat in there somewhere if you did certain things, but it didn't happen. But you got some goodies. Made some connections. Learned a few things here and there. It's all good. It's all set up for what's your next move. And, of course, we got to wait for Kyle to come back. See what he's going to do. I'm going to tell him, you know what? I think it's ideal to bring in the dwarf. That's what he's for. He's the backup. But then you'll need another character to be his backup. So that would be the result. That will be whatever else he comes up with. But I think I'm going to have him play the dwarf Arthurian for the moment. Because he is part of this little group. What's that?
I said that'll keep with our dynamic that we have going.
Yeah.
With the tank and the damage dealers in the back with the healer.
All right. Well, that was fun.
I'll get that up.
Let's do our outros, and we'll finish the session. Folks, that was another good session. I enjoyed that. A lot more role-playing. Feels good to role-play. I love it. Great work from Rachel number 2. dizzy. She did good work tonight. I hope she enjoyed it. And Jesse, I know you were patient with me. Finally got a chance to say something and control something and do something. And somehow you got a load of hero points and a magic item to boot when you were sleeping for half the session. I don't know. What happened? And Rachel, number 1. She's always awesome in our sessions. Great role play from Rachel. So we can't wait for another session, I bet. I hope so. So, folks, that's it from me. Now we're going to do our outros. Starting with you, Jesse. You want to do it?
Sure. Hey, guys. Great session tonight. Thanks to our great GM.
Mediocre.
And we definitely learned some things tonight about lycanthropy and things. It was cool.
Yeah.
We added a new character to our session. She did good work. And as always, my friends, to arms. And also, one thing that we never say is be sure to like and subscribe. Helps out the channel, guys. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Jesse. I never say that. I don't know why. I do
I
it
don't
on
know.
my videos, but I don't do it on my streams for some reason. Oh, well. That's okay. And Alara, how about your outro? Tell us how your session went and what you think's going to happen next time, and give us a goodbye.
Definitely giving more insight about how my character is, how she reacts in certain situations. Wow, tongue-tied right there.
Woohoo.
Definitely enjoying being able to play her as I had built her up. So I'm very interested in see what the next session's gonna hold, and fingers crossed she doesn't get herself into trouble.
Again.
And as always, like and subscribe. Make sure you enjoy his channel.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you guys are too much. You heard him. Like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. All right, folks, we're going to see you guys again. For those that watched live, that few little folks there, thanks for watching, leaving some comments. And stay tuned, folks. We got more goodness coming. So you guys, remember, hang in there. It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you soon. Toodaloo.